Well, in this part of the series, first we'll learn how to build a custom carousel slider. Okay, well, now to do that, first we have to understand how we are going to build it. So you see, you will have pictures like this, and the images will have dots like this. Okay, well, of course, I don't have the images yet here. I only have the first one, but don't worry, I'll take care of them later. So now here we want to have these dots, and we also want to have this text, and we'd be able to slide through them, and the dot would show the corresponding slide like that. Okay, so that's one thing we need to know. And second, other thing that we need to know, the layout of this page. So the layout of this page is like this. So this whole page, while it will have a background image, so actually background image would be moving. All right, while apart from that, other layout stays the same. Well, now this section over here, this would be a row, and in the row we'll have children. So the first child would be a column, and this would be our second child, and that would be a column as well. Okay, so first we'll have a background image, and background image will have row as a child, and within the row we'll have children. So the first child would be this column, and second child would be this column. Okay, so anyway, now to do that, first what we'll do, we'll come over here and create a new folder, and we'll call it pages, and within it we want to save our Dart classes or files. Now within it we'll create a new file, and we'll call it welcome page.dart. Okay, well, this page would be our custom slider or custom carousel slider. Okay, all right, so just now we talked about it. Now this slider would be a stateful class, so we'll do stful, and within this we'll be able to build a boiler template of this class. Now the class name would be welcome page, because our custom carousel slider would be shown as welcome page. Of course, you can use it anywhere you want if you understand how it works. The principle is same. Anyway, so now here within it we need to import some of the classes. That's what we'll do first. Okay, now over here we don't want to use a container first. We want to return a scaffold, because within it we'll use other sections like body and other properties. Okay, all right, now scaffold should return a body, so we'll use the body property. Now here, because we want to create a slider, so now they should slide like this, and to do that we can use one customized one function in Flutter or constructor that's called page view builder. That's what we'll be using. So here we'll call page view dot builder, this one. Okay, now over here I'll close this. So now any kind of builder in Flutter, if you know any kind of builder, that takes two parameters. So first one is the context. So we'll have the default context, so that's what it means for. And in this case, the second parameter for this builder is index. Okay, yeah, so that's what we are going to do, and that's what we wrote. So page view dot builder would help us to slide. Okay, that's the main purpose of this constructor or widget. Okay, because of this we'll be able to slide. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, and we also want to specify the scroll direction, because I think in default it scrolls left and right, but we want it to scroll up and down. Of course you can scroll left and right, but your image has to be a bit different in this case. So anyway, now here I would do scroll direction. Oh, sorry. So here, over here, I would use the property called scroll direction and axis dot vertical. Okay, all right. And for now, we'll use 3 images for our carousel slider. So I would do item count 3. All right, now over here, so you want to return a function because of this one. So page builder should return a function. So that's what we are going to do, or actually a widget. It should return a widget or a function that returns the widget. So that's what we're going to do over here. Well, now first thing we want to return over here is a container. Okay, so your return statement, so we need this one. Now think about this container. So this container should hold these images and everything else inside of this. Okay, so the container should have maximum width and height because we want it to occupy the whole screen. Okay, well, now to do that, we can use the width as the maximum width. So in Flutter, we can use max finite. It will take maximum width for the screen, and the same for height. Okay, so the double dot max infinite. Okay, well, we are almost done. I mean, with the first part, like showing the images. Okay, now here, what do we want to do? Here we want to show the image. Well, within container, if you want to show the image, you need box decoration. That's what we will do. Okay, and now box decoration has image property, and it takes decoration image property, and then within it, once again, image. Now here we do asset image to show the image. Now the images are where? Well, now the images, if you downloaded the code from the link, so you should have images in your img folder. Okay, well, these 3 images. Okay, but we want to define them at the top first. Okay, go over here. Okay, we don't want to read directly from the asset folder, but from here as a list. So we'll declare here list images. Okay, so like this. So we'll make image list, and within the list we'll mention the image names. So let's go ahead and do it. Welcome one.png. Okay, well, to be quick, I'll just copy paste them. So now here, welcome 2 and welcome 3. Okay, so we have this image list over here. Now here we can loop through this list. Okay, how to do that? So we can just put plus and images. Now because page view builder has index and it will run 3 times, it will run from index 0 to 2. So we can specify the index over here. So we do index. Okay, now the error should be gone. And in fact here you can also do images.length. So images is the list, so dot length would give us the actual length. Okay, all right. So, well, so far so good. Now what we could do, we could come over here, and now instead of container, we can return as the home our welcome page. Okay, now we need to import it. I think it's auto imported at the top, as you can see. All right, okay, cool. So now this is the time, go ahead and run it. Okay, well, it's starting. All right, our image is over here, it showed up. Well, now what we could do here, well, now we want image to take the whole screen, both width and height. Well, for this property, for this one, we can use another property within decoration image. That's called fit. Okay, and we do box fit.cover. Using this one, it will cover the whole screen. Okay, now in fact, your slider is ready, as you can see. Okay, it's a beautiful slider, but yet very simple. Well, the next thing we see, we want to see how to put those dots as well as the text on the slider. Okay, so that's what we want to do. And we said that those text and dots would be children of this container or part of this image. So this is more like a background image now. Well, if it's a background image, so it can have child because this is in the background image. So within container, we'll define here child. Okay, now within child, we'll have another container. Well, using container, is the benefit is you can specify margin and padding. So that's what I like about container. It's pretty useful. Okay, so first we want to put our text over here. Okay, all right, so now it should have certain distance from the top and the left side. Okay, so for this one we can do margin and the const edge inserts only and the top 150. So top 150, so left 20 and right 20 for now. Okay, all right, so next we want to define a row over here as a child of this container. So we do row text children, we know that. So within it, now here we'll have column. So first column would show the text we saw earlier over here. Okay, so here we do column. Okay, and once again column text children. Okay, all right, now the first thing, if you saw, excuse me, so if you saw, we'll have this text, right? We'll have this text. So now we want to make a reusable text so that we'll be able to use everywhere in our app. So we want to represent our text as a widget. Okay, so here I'll go ahead and create a new folder and I'll call it widgets, and within it here I'll create a file. We'll call it apptext.dart. Okay, and well, now here you see we have pretty much three types of text: very bold, little bold, and ordinary text. Also, this is for ordinary text, while the first one is for the bold. So here we're going to create another file and we'll call it app large text.dart. Okay, so first we want to work with this extra large bold text. So first here we want to create a stateless class. So you do stateless, this one, and we'll call it app large text. And now we need to have some parameters. The file or the class will call this one. It will pass down some default parameters or some parameters to it, and we want to receive them. What are they? Well, first one, definitely the text size. Okay, all right, so we do int size, and then what else? The text itself. So final string text, and what else? We also want a color. Okay, all right, well, so we do color, final color. Well, for now they're good enough, and now here instead of returning a container we want to return a text, and we also need this Cupertino library or package. All right, now here within the text itself we want to use the text, the one we passed down from another class, and I think we need to remove this and put this field over here. Now error should be gone, but of course we also need to put other fields property like require. Okay, and we also need one for size, so we do this dot size, and it would ask you to put a required keyword in front of it, and the error should be gone now. So far we're pretty good. So now we'll receive color for it. So here we want to do text style, so you do style, text style. Now here the text style, definitely the first one is, say, color. So color is whatever color you pass down, this color over here, and font size. So well, now whatever the size you pass. Okay, now for font size, actually we can also use a default one. Say size is 30, so this is the default one. Now here we need to remove this one because it's a default one. Okay, it is already given, so it's not required. Okay, Now here for the color, actually we can also change this one. So if the color is given, we'll use that color. Otherwise we'll use colors.black. If color is not given, we'll use a black color. Okay, all right. Of course, maybe we need to change the style here because it's not int, it's a double the size. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, well, that's it. And what else? We also want it to be bold. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. So we do font weight bold. So for large app large text, we'll have bold. Okay, all right. So now it already became reusable. So what we could do, we can just come over here and call this app large text. So here we do app large text. You'll see it's already there. Now we want to use the first one. You see it shows you the parameter. Okay, so only required one is the text, this one. So what you can do, you can pass here trips. Okay, now it could be very beautiful. Now let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, it's there, beautiful. So because it's reusable, so just as a demonstration purpose, you can use it again and again. Now here you can say discover, and within it you can also use, say, color. Okay, so you can do colors dot say red. All right, now it's there. Well, so it's reusable, but we don't want to use it this one now. Okay, so far so good with the app large text. But as you can see in the slider, we also want another text like this. So what I'm planning over here, this two text will be pretty much using the same widget. So we'll build only one widget for them and we'll reuse. Okay, yeah. So how to do that? So here, this is our app text. Now actually we can copy all of them from here, and we'll make a slight difference. Instead of calling app large text, here we'll call app text. Okay, all right. Now of course here the default size, we don't want it 30, we want it to be 16. Okay, we don't want it that big. Okay, and the default color is, well, we can have a different kind of default color. So black 54, this one, a bit different. Okay, so that's it. And we also don't want it to be bold, so we'll take it out. Now because we already built one, so this one becomes also easier. Okay, now we can use this one over here. So here we do app text. Okay, this one. Now here the text will pass mountain, and over here we also want a size for it. For this one, the default size is 16 if you come over here, but from the picture you can see they have the same size. So here we'll do say 30. Okay, and the color is a bit different. Okay, but we already have a default color, this one, so we'll use the default color. Now let's go ahead and run it and see our application. Yeah, it's there. Okay, now here we want to align them over here. So how to do that? So over here we'll call it cross-axis alignment, this property. So we do cross-axis alignment dot start. So now it'll align them. The beautiful thing about this is that now you can use this one over here for this as well. So this text, they are all reusable. Now we'll be using the same class we created for this one. Now one thing, you see that it has from here, it's not going there, it's cutting off, it's going to the next line. So because of this one, we need to create a container, and within container we'll use this text, app text. Okay, so here we do container, and now why we are using container, because we want to specifically mention the width, because if it's more than 250 we want to fall back to a next line. Okay, apart from that everything else should stay the fine. Now here we'll have this child, and our child would be text. What text? This app text that we created early. Okay, now here it takes parameter argument actually. So the first one is a text, we know that if you hover over on it. So we have this text. So here we would say mountain hikes give you an incredible sense of freedom along with endurance. Endurance test. Okay, perfect. So what we could do, we could go ahead and check it out right away. Oh, it's there pretty much. Well, it's already looking like the way we want, but of course we need to work on it more. And here we want to have color, and we want to use app colors dot text color. Well, now app colors, this file, we need to import it, and we do text color 2. Now what is this app color? Where is this coming from? Actually it's coming from here, app colors, so text color 2. So it's in your downloaded folder, so go ahead and check it. Anyway, so now it's there. So now let's save it. Okay, so the color changed a little bit. Now here we also want to change the text size, so you do size, say 14. Okay, so it's much smaller. But now this slider, if you see, they have a bit of distance, so that's what we want to do now, and it's pretty easy. So over here we'll do sized box. Okay, and we can do say height, say 20. Now if you see, well, it's beautiful, right? So our slider is already working if you take a look. But of course you can also change this text along with the slider. That would be pretty easy. If you want to do that, you can declare another list of text over here, different kind of text if you want, for the headline, for the small lines. Okay, and you can change them as you want. How to change that? It's pretty easy. Just here like this, over here. Okay, over here you can just go through the index. Like if you have text, a list, say a list called a text, if you declare a text over here, say list text, so here you'll have some text based on whatever text you want. So over here what I will do, each of them you can access them like text index, like this text index. Okay, and just to remove this part and you should be good to go. But we don't want to do that now. Okay, so we'll skip this part. Yeah, so the slider is already there and it's pretty good. Okay, yes, next we'll see how to create this button. Okay, well, now for this button we also want this button to be reusable. Okay, all right, well, because of that one, now over here we'll come over here and create a button. Now we not only want this a reusable button, we also want it to be responsive. Okay, so that's why we'll call it responsive button .dart. So to do that, first I'll create a stateless class over here and I'll call it responsive button. Okay, now over here we need to import some of the default packages or libraries and we should be good to go. Now here, think about it. So this button, what do you want? Well, now we want this button to be responsive in a sense that the same button we want to use here and here. Now, as you see, while their background color stays the same, so we're happy with the background color, as well as this icon doesn't change. So this icon is fixed, background color is fixed. Only not fixed thing is this one and the size. Okay, but you see the height is fixed. So what do you want to pass to it? Well, you want to pass a Boolean variable to know if it is longer or shorter. Okay, and at the same time, if it's shorter, how short it is. So you want to pass the width of it. Okay, well, if it's not shorter, if it's longer, actually it's taking all the available space. Okay, so we want to pass two things, the width and a Boolean variable, to know whether it's going to be a short one or a long one. Okay, so that's what we want with this. Now over here, what we'll do here, we'll create a variable. We'll call it bool is responsive. Okay, and now here we also want to pass width. Okay, so we'll call it double width. All right, now of course we need to initialize over here. Let's see. Now let's see. Well, now we also want this to be optional. Okay, you may pass it or you may not pass it. Okay, all right, and here, let's see, is responsive. This dot is responsive. So the default value is false. Okay, and we are good to go with this. All right, so now here, what do we want? Okay, the first one we want to have, okay, for now we want to have a width. All right, okay, and say the width, whatever the width you pass, use that one. Okay, and height, but now height we want a pretty fixed height, say 60. Okay, and within it we'll also show this image and this text together, but sometimes just the text, sometimes image and text together. If they're together, so it's more like, say, in a row. Okay, in a row property. So here we'll have a child, within the child we'll have row, and it will take children. Okay, now as you can see from the both buttons, image is a must one, so image is always there. So we'll use image.asset, this one, and within it we'll pass the image. So what is the image over here we have? Well, we have an image which is called button1, so that's what we want to use. Okay, so here, what do you want to do? So here we want to create the button name, button1.png, and we should be good to go. All right, okay, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. Okay, for the button. Now, of course, as you can see, it will have some border. Okay, so here we can create border. We could do decoration. We do box decoration. Now here we'll have border radius, and border radius dot circular, say 10 for now. Okay, and it will have a background color, so we'll use app colors dot main color. Okay, once again, this is coming from our color class over here. Okay, all right, Now with this we have a pretty interesting button. So what we could do, we could go ahead and check it, run it. All right, and we want to see how it looks like. So we'll put the button right below it, and now if you see over here there is a bit of distance. So first we want to create a distance, so we'll just copy paste this one, put it over here, and we'll have a extra height over here. Now we'll call it the button app large buttons or large text. Sorry, responsive buttons. Responsive buttons. Okay. Now over here, even if we don't pass anything, let's see what happens. Okay, well, it's there. Okay, so the button already showed up. That's pretty good and comforting. So now here, well, now we didn't pass any width over here, but actually we can pass a width. So now let's go ahead and pass a width over here and see. Say width 120. Now let's go ahead and check it. Now it's a bit bigger, right? Larger. But now here the problem is it's not centered. So we want it to be centered. Okay, so now over here we can change it. So we could do the main axis alignment, dot center. Okay, now it's centered. Okay, well, now we'll see how to draw these dots, how to draw these 3 dots. Okay, all right, as we said earlier that we need the 2 columns in the row. Okay, well, look at this. Now we already have the first column. This column is showing this one, so we want the other column over here. Okay, all right, so now we'll do that. So we'll have column for dots. Okay, now within it we'll use children. Okay, and well, now we are not going to use this list operator over here to put children. We'll use actually another convenient function, the function that shipped out of the box in Flutter automatically for you, like this one. Okay, list.generator is very useful. So here we want to have 3 dots. Okay, and now for each dot we want to return a container. Okay, so that's all we want. All right, so we do return container, but actually I don't like this. I like this way because I can have a new line. So I would do container, and we need to have semicolon because we are returning. Now look at the picture. So this picture over here, if you see the dots, well, they have certain border. Okay, yeah, and the length. Well, so that's what we need. First we want to assign them width. Okay, say for example width is 8. Now if you look at the picture, you see its height is changing based on the slide. So we need to have a height, but dynamic height, right? But anyway, so for now we'll say put height 25. Just let's go ahead with this and see the result. And then we want to have a decoration because we want to have border. Okay, so we do border radius, and we'll have border radius 8. Okay, and we also need color, so we do color, and we use app colors dot main color we saw early. Now over here we'll go ahead and run it. Okay, so it's there, right? Well, now we want to push it to the end over here. So now once again we can use this row property, and we can use a property called main axis alignment and main axis alignment dot space between. So it will try to create all empty space between these 2 columns or these 2 widgets. Okay, now it looks perfect. Of course, here is this 20 because of this one. All right, yeah. So now our dots are there, but as you see, it's not dynamic. So first thing we want it to be dynamic. Change the color and also change its position. Well, now because of this one, we all get 25 height for our container. but we want to be dynamic. So as we slide over, we want it to change the height, okay, and the current slide should be longer height. How to do that? Now here we can use one of the properties that we already have. So like item builder, because of item builder keeps tracks of the index, whatever the index we go through, we can compare this index within this loop, okay. So in that case, actually we can change the name index slider or index dots, okay. Now over here we'll do a check. So index equal index dots. So this index is for the dots and this index is for the slider, and if they are equal, then we'll use 25, otherwise we'll use just 8. Okay, so it looks like it's already working, as you see, but now they're too close to each other. In that case, we can apply margin quickly. We'll do bottom margin, say 8. All right, well, I guess 8 is too much, so 2 is okay. Now the other thing we need to do, we need to change the color, and if we do the color, actually we can, just like using this one, we can still use this condition using ternary operator. So index dots, if they're equal, we'll use the main color, otherwise we'll use a different color. So we'll get from app colors dot main color with opacity, okay. We want to use a bit with opacity, so if they're not equal, they will have a little bit different color, as you see now. So pretty good, right? So with this, we are pretty much done with our custom slider, okay. All right, well, next we'll see how to build this page, okay, this one. Well, this page has this bottom navigation part, so we'll focus on building this bottom navigation part, and after building that, we'll build this page. Anyway, so bottom navigation bar should include this one, 4 items. So these 4 items, they should have their related routes or 4 pages. So once you click on them, it will take you each of the page, okay. All right, so to build this bottom navigation bar, first we need this list of routes or list of pages, okay. So that's what we need. Well, now to do that, first we'll go ahead and create a new file, but now this new file, I'll put it in a new folder. So here within this pages file, I'll create a new folder, and over here I'll call it nav pages, okay. Now within nav pages, first I'll build a dart file. I'll call it main page, okay, main page.dart. all right, so what is this one would do? Well, actually this main page.dart file, it would hold everything in this screen, as you can see. So it also means that it would hold these 4 items on the bottom navigation bar, okay. So this page would hold everything, and once we click on each of the item, it will take us to a new page. Based on the click from this page, we will go to new pages. All right, so now saying that, so this is also our main page for displaying everything, as well as this page, okay. So this button or this item means this page. So now what do we need to do? We need to go ahead and create these 4 pages. So we'll simply go ahead and create them very quickly. So what do? We would come over here and create new file. So the other file, I'll call it bar item.dart, okay. Well, the name is coming from here. It's bar item, search item or search page, and my page, okay. All right. Well, I think we could refactor the name here with bar item page, okay. All right, now over here I will declare other 2 pages or files, dart files. So one is search page .dart, and the other one is my page.dart, okay, cool. Now here within it we'll just simply have some very simple content to show based on the click. Okay, all right, so what we'll do now, we'll go ahead and create some stateless class over here. Okay, well, for search one, I'll write here search page. Okay, now within it we need to import some of the libraries, and then here within it, say I'll return a child as a text. Okay, and here I'll write search page. Okay, now over here I want to center it, so I'll wrap it around another center widget. Okay, now we are pretty good with this. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this part. So we're done for search page. Now we'll go to my page, and here we'll do stateless class, and we'll just copy paste what we did early. Now over here we need to import this class, this library over here, and over here we'll call it my page. Okay, all right, and we also need to put it down there. Okay, now the error should be gone, and here we need to have this return statement. All right, okay. So if you want to reorganize your code, you can do Option Command L on Mac. Okay, anyway, so that's it. Now we will also go ahead and create a very quick stateless class for this one. We'll call it bar item page. Okay, now over here we'll copy the content. The content from my page over here. Okay, but of course here first we want to change the name. We'll call it my page. Now we'll come over here and copy paste this one. So instead of search page, over here we'll write bar item page. Now we need to import other libraries. Okay, we are pretty good. So our navigation bar over here would need 4 pages. Well, 3 of them are already done, and this page is also our main page. So now we'd go ahead and work on this page as well as this bottom navigation bar. Okay, now as I said, bottom navigation bar would be over here in this file. So here we'll create a, say, a stateful class. Okay, now here we'll call this name as main page. Okay, all right, now over here, instead of returning a container, we want to return a scaffold, because we want to have a body, and within the body we'll have this section, and scaffold has another property that's called bottom navigation bar. For that property we'll attach this one, this 4 sections somehow. Okay, all right, now first we'll go ahead and work with the bottom navigation bar item property. Okay, bottom navigation bar, this one. So what I will do, I'll go ahead and close this, make it bigger. Okay, now over here, definitely if you hover over on it, you'll see that it says that it should take over here a widget. Okay, and the widget we should use, that is called bottom navigation bar. Okay, so we do bottom navigation bar, this one. Okay, now over here, if you hover over on it, you will see it takes list of items. Okay, that's the first thing we want to take care, list of items. So what is this list of item? So now this list of items should contain these things. Okay, yeah, so these 4 items, it should contain these 4 items. All right, yeah. So now here, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create this list. So simply we'll just call here items. Okay, as you can see, it takes a list. Okay, so now of course it should take the list, but where is this list coming from? Okay, and what are the things we should put in the list? But as you can see, if you hover over on it, it says bottom navigation bar item. So the list type should be bottom navigation bar item, right? So that's what we should have. So now here we'll just simply write here bottom navigation bar item. Okay, this one, right? So now it does take an icon. All right, now the first one we want to take this icon. Okay, this icon, But now we do have a similar icon over here, so that's what we'll use. Icons, icons dot apps. Okay, the first one. Okay, and it should take another property that's called title, and simply we'll call it home. Okay, and title takes a text, so we'll just go ahead and simply call it home. All right, and now yes, we are good. So here we put a comma. Now I'll copy this one 3 times. Okay, now here we'll change the name. Here we'll call it bar, and here we'll call it search, and here we'll call it my. Okay, now we will also need to change the icon, so over here definitely we'll call it bar chart. Okay, well, I think bar chart sharp, this one. Now for search we can simply use an icon that's called search. Okay, and for me, or my page, here we will use an icon. This is called person. Okay, so well, now with this 4 children in the item list, we are done. Well, do remember, well, anywhere you see in Flutter pretty much that has the word bar, like tab bar, navigation bar, or tab bar view, they should take a list of children. This is a common property in Flutter. Wherever a widget has a bar, it takes most of the time a list of item. Well, as I said, so they take list of children. Now each children is clickable. That also means that once you click on them, this bar item should take you a certain page. Okay, so that's what happens here. So for each of the bar item, we'll have a related page where we can navigate to. Like if we click on the first one, we should go to this page, which will show this one. For second one, we'll go to a second page, third one for third page, like that. Okay, so we need to create them pages in a list, but already actually we created them. As you see, this 4 pages like bar item, search bar item, and my page. Okay. Right, so now what we need to do, we'll need to go ahead and create a list and put this classes in the list. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So here we'll do list, and I'll call it here pages. Okay, now it should take 4 routes or pages related to this one. Okay, well, no, the first one we'll do it a little later. So the second one, it's called bar item page. Okay, all right, the third one is over here, search page, and the fourth one is our my page, right? Okay, now we need to import the related packet libraries for this. Okay, done. We have 3, so last one is for this one, this one is for this one, and bottom bar is for this one. Now this one is very special because this would be our default page, but of course we need to go ahead and create the page. We didn't do it yet. So for the whole app, this is main page, so that's why I wrote here main page, but the content should be coming from another route or another page for this icon. So we need to go ahead and create that as well. So that one, we'll call it home page. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a file over here, and we'll call it homepage.dart. Okay, now over here we'll create a stateful class, and we'll call it homepage. All right, now simply over here right now we'll just return, say, a container for now, so that you get the idea. Okay, and now over here we'll import the related packages and libraries. Okay, so well, this one would be responsible for showing all of them over here related to this button. Anyway, so now we'll come over here. So here we'll just simply write home page. Okay, and we need to import it. All right, okay, so far so good. Now what we could do, we could go ahead and run it and see the result, what happens. because we have 4 pages, all right, and related to those 4 pages we have this bar items. But one last thing before we go ahead and do it, we need to attach this list. Okay, attach this list over here in the body section of scaffold. Okay, so now here we'll write body. Okay, now body takes a widget in Flutter within scaffold. Okay, so now here I want to pass this first page. Remember, this home page is also a widget. Okay, so class is widget in Flutter most of the time. So now here simply I'll return this one. I can return it like this, pages 0. So pages is a list. It will find the first item. First item is this one, and within it will return a container. Okay, all right. So now what we could do, we could go ahead and run it. Okay, of course now over here within our main file, for now instead of returning welcome page, over here we'll return main page. Okay, once we are done with the whole app, we'll connect all of them together, but for now we want to go to this page directly. All right, now let's go ahead and check it. Okay, now over here we don't have any error, but if we come to our main page, look at this. So we do have everything. Now here our bottom navigation bar is visible. As you can see, it's over here. Okay, and now if you see slightly, we also do have the colors over here, so it's visible. All right, well, if you see now these colors, the label and the icons, they are not visible, so we can change the color. And to do that, first what we could do, we do show selected item color, or let's see, selected item color. Okay, so selected item color for now we do colors dot black. Okay, 54. So now if you save it, so the first one is selected, you can see. Now at the same time, for unselected item we also have a color, and this one we'll use gray. Okay, all right, and we can use gray with opacity 0.5. So okay, so now there is a big difference. All right, now we don't want to show this names over here, like as you can see, so we want to get rid of the names. So here we will do show selected labels, false. Okay, and show unselected and selected label both set to false. Now the name is gone. All right, okay, so far so good. And now there is this line over here, we can also get rid of that one. We do elevation 0. Okay, well, now we'll work on the tap event. Okay, well, for that one, first we need to define a tap function, because if you come over here and hover over on it, you see it has a tap on tap function. Okay, so first we need to create a function outside of this build method. Okay, we'll do that. And over here we would call on void on tap. The function name is on tap. And now over here, well, on tap should have index. It should receive an index from the caller function of this. All right, so what we'll do here, we need to check well, now bottom navigation bar, it takes an index as well. Okay, so if you come over here, you see current index 0. Okay, all right, so now over here we'll set the current index. Okay, well, one thing though, well, current index is 0, actually that means you find this page, so you can go ahead and run it and check it. Now of course no change, but now if we change the current index to 2, it will come over here. Okay, all right, so you see this is the default one, unselected one. All right, yeah, so it found my search page, this one over here. All right, yeah. Anyway, so now what we'll do, so we need to have certain index saved over here and pass that index to this place as well. of course we also need to pass this onTap event. Okay, so here we can define another variable and we'll call it int current index equals 0, the default one. It could be anything you want. Now over here we'll do set state function, and with it set state would have current index value from this one. Okay, so this one, once we click a certain thing over here, so that index would be passed down to this one, then we save it, okay, to this variable, and after that actually here we can pass this one. Well, the naming looks same, but you can name them anything, it doesn't really matter. So next we need to bind this onTap event with this onTap event. Okay, so here we know that it takes onTap event. Now here we just simply call onTap. Okay, so now what is this index? So whenever you click on any of this, okay, so that index is sent down to it directly. That means send down to this one, and this one later on sends to this one back. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, so now we would be able to click them. As you see, now they are clickable. Okay, all right. Now here, as you see, you want to set a certain background color to it, but if we do that, it won't work. Okay, so let's go ahead and check it. So over here, we can set a background color. Do background color, say colors.red, but if you see it, there is no change. Now that's because bottom navigation has a property which is called type, and it takes a value bottom navigation bar type, and actually it takes the this one shifting, which is the default one actually. Okay, well, because of this thing it shifts. If you click on them, as you see, it shifts left to right like that. Okay, now because of this one, the default background color is still there, so we can override it. Here we can override by typing fixed. Okay, as you see, now they won't change. I mean, they don't shift left and right. Okay, so you need to override this one if you want to set certain background color. Anyway, in our case, we'll set it white. Okay, now the background color is white. As you can see, it's different from the screen color. Okay, but now we want our screen color and background color should have the same color. I mean, bottom navigation background color and screen color. So here we'll set up the background color. We do colors dot white. Okay. Yeah, now it looks much better. But now there is another problem. So if you try to click down there at the bottom, it shows an error. Okay, now because your label is gone, but it's just invisible, but it's still there. So when you click on this, it creates this problem. So to get rid of that problem, what you can do, you can do unselected font size 0. So when it's 0, actually it's not clickable because the size is not there. Selected and unselected all set to 0. Okay, now as you see, there is no error if you try to click at the bottom. Okay, so now the error is gone. Okay, well, now here there's another problem though. So we're setting the current index, but we are not changing over here. Okay, we also need to change the index over here. So we do current index. Okay, now let's go ahead. Now you can see, actually you can see the pages. All right, so once you change the index over here, so we need to change index here, these few places, and also pass down the tapped index to this one. Now with this, actually we are done with our bottom navigation bar building. Simple and beautiful. Next we'll see how to show this page for the home page of our bottom navigation bar. It means for this one. Before we go ahead and start building the page, let's look at the page structure. Okay, so this is the page we are going to build. So as you can see from here, it's pretty much all in column and row layout. Okay, so this would be a big column, and within the column we'll have row, this one, so this would be all part of rows, and then we'll have page view builder or list view builder, and then once again we'll have these things. And we already built this one, and we already actually done pretty much all the work for this page. For example, we already know how to display the text, this text over here. Okay, so this page would be pretty quick to build. Anyway, well, now to do that, first we have to go to our home page over here. So this is the home page. Okay, so over here we want to start building it. Okay, now instead of returning a container, we will return a scaffold. Okay, so we do scaffold. Okay, now within it we'll return, well, we'll have body, right? So within body we'll have column. Okay, as I said already. Now column will have children. Okay, now within the children we'll have over here, you see this icon, okay, and this one, both of this. All right, so here we could do one thing. We could actually do a little bit padding and then put them, these two, in a row. Okay, or we could do row first. Okay, so first we do a container, and within container we'll have child, and within child we'll have row, and now we'll have children. Okay, now within this children we want to show this icon and this guy. Okay, now how to do that? So here we can just simply go ahead and call icons, and we'll use the menu icon that's shipped out of the in Flutter box default. Okay, I mean the SDK, and then we'll do size 30, and color, we do colors.black over here. Okay, all right, so well, now with this, that's it. Now let's go ahead and build it. So it's right there at the top. Okay, now we'll take care of that soon. So just now, as I said, this container over here, this one, so here we could do a little bit padding. We would do const edge inserts only and say top 70, and so left 20. Okay, now we'll say it's here, but this effect could be done with also safe area view, but personally I don't like. I like to go ahead with this, so it's a preference. Okay, now it looks like our page is working there. Anyway, so now that's the first thing we did. Now what do we want to do? We want to show this this guy over here. But now for this one, we'll simply have a container. So we'll do container and say width 50 and height 50, and we'll have, so here decoration, because we are going to have border, so box decoration, and then border radius, and border radius dot circular, say 10. We are good. And we'll have color within it, so we'll do colors.gray, and with opacity say 0.5. Now let's go ahead and run our machine. While now it's too close to each other, right? So definitely, because we are within row, so we can use expanded widget over here. So the expanded widget, and we'll use empty container. Okay, let's see. Now let's go ahead and save it. Looks like we have an error. Okay, now we pushed it down to this very left side, right? Well, so for this one, actually this container itself, what we could do, we can arrange a margin over here, okay, or even padding. So go ahead with margin. This is only, and we do right, say 20. All right, now it's looking much better. Okay, well, that's the first step we did. Now we'll go ahead and do this one. So this would be within the, let's see, so we have this column. So within the column we have so this is the first container. This is showing this part, which is this one, right? Okay, but of course we can replace this part with an icon. It doesn't matter though, but you get the idea. So now over here, so we want to show this section, but as you see we have a space over here. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a size box and height say, well, say 40. Okay, all right, now we want to use this one, this text, but earlier we already have worked on this, so we have this widgets over here, so app large text, so we can just go ahead and call that one. So it's called app large text. Now this is the beautiful thing about reusable widgets. Okay, yeah, so once you create one, you can use it again and again. So we'll write the text to discover. Okay, now let's go ahead and see our app over here. Okay, now of course it's in the middle, but it really doesn't matter, so we can take care of it from here. We could do cross-axis alignment, which is this axis, and we do cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, it comes over here. All right, okay, well, now one of the things that we do have over here, so if it's like this, so well, now it puts it here, right here, right? So what we could do, we could go ahead and create a container, and within container we'll have, say, margin. Okay, so const edge insets only, and we'll do left over here 20. Okay, because we already have this one, so now we can just simply go ahead and put app large text, and it should fix that problem. Okay, so now it's looking much better. Okay, so next we'll see how to go ahead and show this one, but once again, now this section we also need a sized box over here. Okay, like this one and this one, as you can see, empty space, so we'll wrap it around sized box. So let's do it this one. So over here we can write here discover text, so menu text, like that. Okay, all right, now here we'll use 30. Okay, now after that what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create this tab bar. Okay, so here we'll write tab bar. Well, we learned earlier that in other tutorials in Flutter, if you have any kind of bar or tab bar, well, they should take children. Okay, and the children should be as in the list. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now this would be our tab bar, and this would be our tab bar view. Now how we can do them, we can actually put this one within one container and put this one within another container, so we'll have two containers. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and take care of this one. So here first we'll declare a container, and within container we'll have child, and say child will be tab bar. Okay, this one. All right, but just now we learned that tab bar should have children, right? Children should be as a list or in the list, if you can see over here. So record list tabs, so this tabs takes children. Okay, now over here we do tabs, and that's it. Okay, now over here what we could do, we can put our tabs, this tabs over here, like this text are the tabs. Okay, so here would wrap it around tab constructor, so we do text, and the first one is the places, tab text, second one is inspiration, and tab text, the third one is emotions. All right, okay, well, so far so good. Okay, well, now related to this three, just like we saw earlier in the bottom navigation bar, we should have three tab bar view. Okay, so once you click on them, so the tab bar view would show up, the corresponding tab bar view, they would show up. Okay, just like bottom navigation bar. Actually they're pretty, the idea is pretty similar. So if you click on bottom navigation bar item, they should show you item or pages. The same thing here, you default is this one, and if you click on others, they should also show you new items. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now for this one here, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create another container. Okay, now container should have child, and our child should be as a tab bar view. Okay, so here we'd write child tab bar view. Okay, now within it, as you see, hover over on it, so you need an argument which is called children, right? So that's it. You just go ahead and write it, and write like children. Okay, now to be quick, very quickly here, while I will have text and I will say hi text there text by. All right, so once you click on each of them, they should show you this text. Okay, all right, so that's the basic structure that we already built for our app. Okay, now of course if you try to go ahead and run it, I will say there would be an error. Do you know what error you will get? Okay, so no tab bar controller. So what does it mean? It means that we have to define a tab bar controller for it. Okay, well, to do that, you need to come over here, and over here you need to implement this thing which is called with ticker. Let's see, ticker provider state mixin, because tab bar view, they have their own state, and you can access those state if you have this class implemented in your stateful class, which is this one. Okay, you need that one because tab bar controller takes vsync as a parameter. Okay, so that's why you need them. Now we'll come over here and declare here tab bar, let's see, tab controller. Actually it's called tab controller, and here we do tab controller, and now here tab controller. So here we'll use the first one, okay, because it is a parameters, as you can see. So that's what we want to use. Now we will have 3 tab bars. So here we'll write length 3, and vsync is in general this. Okay, now vsync is this over here, but it's showing you error. That's because it's want to refer to a context. So we'll refer to this context. Why this is important? Because every time you click on the button or the bar, it gets rebuilt. So it needs the context, and vsync refers to this context. Okay, now let's come over here, and it has a property. It's called controller, as you can see here. So here we would do controller and tab controller. We already have it. Now here the same thing, controller tab controller. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, and it looks like we have a lot of other issues. Well, we have this arrow. That's because our tab bar view, well, they need certain width and height, but we didn't provide that, so that's why it's getting us error. So over here we'll write height, say 300, and width, say double dot max infinite. So all the available width will take. Okay, now let's go ahead and run this time. Now the error is gone. Yeah, it's already working, right? But of course we need to take care of many things. Come over here. Okay, cool. So without width and height, it doesn't know what to display and how much to display. Okay, so that's the problem. Okay, well, now so far so good, and definitely we need to take care of a lot of properties over here, and that's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and change the color first, because they are not very visible. Okay, so it changed label color. Okay, and we do colors dot black, this one. Okay, so these are the labels. Now they're visible. Okay, and next we'll do unselected label color, because this one and this one we want to have a bit of different color. They're almost very different, but we want to specify it more. So you do unselected label color, and here we do colors dot gray. Yeah, now they're more obvious. All right, and now let's do, now we want to put them over here. Okay, I mean align like this. Now it's tricky. You need to set up a few properties for that. It doesn't work directly like just like using one property. So here, first one you need to definitely put is scrollable, true. Yeah, so it did put a little bit, but not exactly I want. Okay, so now this is one problem, and this problem actually, to override this one, we need to wrap this around a container or a widget. Actually, this is called align widget. Okay, align this one, and within it we'll use the alignment property. So alignment center left. Okay, so it will put everything to the left. Okay, well, that's still not working because there are other settings that we need to take care. Now here they do have a bit of padding, so we need to get rid of that padding. So first we'll get rid of all the paddings. Okay, all right, so let's see over here, level padding, const edge, it says only left 0, right 0. Okay, now here you see they're all together. But now let's say you don't have this one. Okay, it still works, but it pushed back. So first, using this one, we put everything on the left. Okay, and then using this one, we control the space. So that means that, so we need to use both of them. But now if you see, you take care of this one, it'll work a bit differently once again. Okay, now if you just put this one, it won't work alone. Okay, or if you just put this on, let's see how it works. Okay, no response. So a lot of them, they work together, not just one setting. So it could be painful if you don't know. So this, all of them, they should work together. But now of course it means left 0, it means that we can put it directly on the left. So here we can put 20. Let's see, so left side, they all will have 20. Okay, now what if you put 20 for the right side? Okay, now the space is much better. Okay, and now indicator size, so let's see, indicator size could be same as level size, or there's a property that's called indicator size, and we'll use a tab bar indicator size label. So now it's same as the label size. Okay, that's another property that we can take care. But now definitely what do we want it to be, say, like this, the one over here. Okay, dots, not really a line there. Okay, well, to work on this, we need to actually specify our custom decoration painter. You might think that you can just directly draw a circle over here. No, you can't. The problem is that here, if you see a property which is called indicator, now if you hover over on it, it wants to take decoration widget. Okay, so if you just go ahead and directly use container or other kind of box decoration method, it won't work. So you have to implement over here a class that extends decoration and will return a value from that class. So that also means we are returning a decoration. So that's what we need to do now. Well, to do that, we need to declare a new class. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do class circle tab bar or tab indicator. Okay, and it should extend decoration. Okay, this one. Well, as soon as you do that, let's see, indicator, we're gonna hover over on it. It says missing one overriding property, so this one. So every time you extend decoration, you must implement create box painter. Okay, you must do that, otherwise you'll get error, and here it should solve the error. Now within it, we want to return something. Okay, so we want to return this circle over here. Okay, so how to do that? Now we want to draw a customized circle, and here you can only draw a customized circle, otherwise it won't work. Okay, so here we want to return a circle, but to do that you need to implement another class. Okay, and this class will be called circle painter and extends box painter. sorry, it should be out of this class, not inside this class. Okay, all right. Now while we are doing that, you see it says it returns a box painter. So first we extended decoration, that's why we need this method. But now here it says that this method should return box painter. So we have a new class here, and from this class we want to return a box painter. All right, now we have another problem. It says it's missing another overriding property of paint. That's what we also need over here. Okay, otherwise we'll get an error. So it's very interesting and tricky. So because once again this only takes decoration widget, so that's why we want to create a decoration widget, and in return decoration widget has a method that's called create box painter, and we must override it. And once you override it, want to return something. What it returns a box painter. So we go ahead and create another box painter class, okay, or a class that extends box painter, and over here you should return a paint, or you should override a paint method. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so what we'll do, so now look at this one. To this class we want to pass color and radius. Okay, that's all we want. So once we call it from here, we can pass the color and the radius. Okay, so we do final color. Okay, and now here we do double radius, because we want to use this too, and pass it down to our other classes. Okay, and we'll get them from the color function. But now of course it's saying you need to use let modifier or things like that, but we also need to create the constructor. So here is our constructor. So you do required this dot color and required this dot radius. Okay, now the error should be gone. Now as we know that this should return a box painter. Okay, and this class is returning box painter, so we can call this class over here. Okay, so we do throw this one, return this one, and we can pass this color, because we use this color to paint in this method. And now here we'll have radius. Okay, now of course if you hover over on it, it will ask you that it's not defined main parameter over here. So that's what we need to do over here as well. So we'll just go ahead and directly copy this part to this part. Okay, and now over here we'll also copy this one and put it here, and we'll just change the name. Okay, yes, now the error should be gone. Now look at this paint method. This paint method is very interesting. This paint method actually should draw this circle. Okay, now what we could do, we could go ahead and use this canvas, and it will have a draw method inside. So you do canvas.draw circle, I think this one. Okay, now the first one is offset, so we can use this offset, whatever the offset is given. Okay, so default offset, once we click on the screen we get that one. Okay, now here it says it takes a paint object. Okay, well, it takes a paint object, so we need to create our own paint object, and that's what we'll do. So here we do paint equal, we'd say here paint. We'll use the paint constructor to create the paint object. Okay, now paint object has some underlying properties that we can use. It is color property. So for this color property we use the color that we pass down, and for hardware acceleration we can specify is anti-alias, it's true, so we'll use hardware acceleration for this, and we just change it to this underscore. So now they become the same paint object. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. What is happening here? So we'll call this class and we'll pass down the radius and color, and it will come down to this one, and over here using this paint method we are going to draw our circles. Now we'll go ahead and use it. So we'll call it from here. Okay, we'll call circle tab indicator. Now here we'll use color, say colors. So now for this color we'll use our app colors dot main color, and radius here we'll use 4. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run it, see the result. Okay, so well, our tab bar is there, but it's at the top. Okay, now we need to work on the position. Well, to work on the position, we need to come to this paint object or paint method over here, and you see, so it has this image configuration object and offset object. Okay, we need to work both of them together. So currently wherever you tap, it's taking that place and putting at the beginning. Okay, so we can calculate the position and change it. Okay, well, the first thing here, we'll create a new offset object for it. So we'll do final offset, say circle offset. Okay, now here we'll use offset constructor. Now we can count xy, so we need to change the xy. Well, first this configuration object, this one, using this one, we can access wherever it taps that area. Okay, and its width and height. So here we'll use size, because using size, actually wherever you tap on, it can take that area size. Okay, and as well as its width. So wherever I tap, so I'll have access to that width. Okay, now as I have access to this width, I can divide it by 2. Okay, so it'll put me in the middle. So if I tap over here, now I'll come back to this place because I divided by 2. Wherever I tap, I get the width and divided by 2. That's how it works. Okay, and now here, say well, for height, so it's more like the X part, and for Y part, let's set 0 and see the result. Okay, and we do have a bit of problem over here. Let's see. Okay, you need to add a null checker, and what else? Now here we can add these 2 offsets together. Okay, the other one is circle offset. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and see the result. So it looks like it's working. So it's in the middle right now wherever you tap. Right now we need to push it down to this one. Now remember, the coordinate system is like this. Wherever you tap, it's the 0 0. Okay, or like this, it's the 0 0. So this is X coordinate, this is Y coordinate. So right now here on the X coordinate, we are in the middle, right? Okay, so pretty much in the middle, not exactly, but we can optimize that more. Okay, so all you need to do, whatever radius you get, you need to do -2 with that. Okay, so minus radius 2. So now it's exactly in the middle of X coordinate. But anyway, so now for Y, so it goes down, it increases. Okay, so for this one, 0 0 is over here, it goes down, it increases. So now we need to come over here, and from the configuration object, we need to get the size and width from it. We already have the width, now we will get height. Okay, now here, let's see, we also need to add a null checker. So let's go ahead and run it. So if it's 0 0 and this total selected area, the height is maybe this. So now I'm putting down this height from 0 plus this one. Okay, you see it went down. Okay, yeah, of course we can minus the radius a little bit, so it'll put it a little up. Okay, now it's perfect. Okay, so what's happening here? Once again, wherever you click, it gets that area, and it starts from 0 for Y direction, 0 for X direction and Y direction, and you also get the total width and height, and we minus that, okay, to get our desired position. Hopefully it makes sense. Anyway, so this is the paint object or paint method. You can paint things, and personally I like it very much. Anyway, so we are done with this one right now. The next thing we want to do is draw this one. Well, to draw this, all we need to do, we need to come to our container over here, and within container, for the first one, we'll have another container, and definitely we need to use box decoration. Okay, so it would be quick, so we do say width. In this case, we don't want the complete width, maybe just say 200, and height is same as the parent height, which is this one, and decoration, now which image we want to use. We want to use the image, hopefully this one, the first image. So we'll call it mountain.jpeg. Make sure that we don't have any error. Mountain.jpeg. Well, for now we'll show just one static image, but later part of this tutorial we'll get all this image from our network request. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, our image is there, and we only have one image, as you can see. All right, so now here some of the properties, so let's take care of it quickly. So fit, well, it took the whole space, but it would be good if we are able to put more images here. Okay, then it'll take it exact width and height. Okay, so don't worry, we'll take care of it right now. So here we want to scroll to different images for this place button. Okay, yeah. So now what we could do here, we could wrap it around a list view builder. Okay, so here I'll do and wrap it around a widget, and we'll call it list view builder, this one. Okay, all right, now of course it says we need to add an item over here, which is this one, and actually within it, what we could do, we could return it. Okay, so here we do return. Okay, well, if your code gets like this ugly, you can get rid of like this. You could say Option Command L on Mac. Okay, let's try it one more time. Option Command L. Okay, now it's getting better. Okay, so our container is within this list view builder. Okay, now how many items we want? For now, say item count within list view builder, we want 3 items. Okay, so item count, say 3. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and see the result. So our items are here, but right now they're horizontal, vertical, but we want them to be horizontal. Okay, so let's do it. So here we can change the axis. We can do scroll direction, axis dot horizontal. Okay, now it's looking much better. Okay, while other properties we could take care of its say left and right thing, but for the parent container, which is this one, this part here, we can assign margin to it or padding. So you do padding const add insets only, so left 20. Okay, now it's better. But within each container over here, we can provide a margin, so it takes extra side out of this box. So here we do margin const edge this only, and we do right, say 10. So or 15 pixels, like that. It's looking better. And we can also provide a top margin, could be say 10. Okay, yes, and at the same time we can scroll through them. Okay, so it's working. In future, in this tutorial, we'll see how to do different things over here, but for now it's working, we know it, right? And we also load the images dynamically. Well, the next thing we want to take care of these few things. Okay, all right. Well, so over here we are done with this tab bar and tab bar view. Okay, well, what is the next thing we want to do? We would take care of this one. Okay, well, to do that, first, well, here it's in a row section, right? So here we do row, okay, and children. Now over here, this one we already worked, so that's called app large text over here, and we'll put explore more. Okay, now let's save it. So it's down there, but now they have the same text size, but you see they don't have a really same text size. So we know that we can pass parameters like size, which is font size. So here we would do size, say 22. Okay, yeah, now it's better. And at the same time we can use a bit of distance, so here we'll put it like this. Okay, all right, but of course we need to take care of this thing over here, this the padding. So to do that, we'll wrap it around another widget. So the command option container. Now, well, this container we could do margin this only, so we do left, say 20, and right 20. Okay, we do right 20 because in future we also need 20 pixels over here. Okay, now we want to show the small text, but we already worked on it. So this is called app text, this component, app text. Okay, so it takes, as you can see from here, it takes size and text and many other things. So here we'll write see all, and we can specify the color. So here color, and we use colors from our app colors dot say text color. All right, and let's go ahead and run it and save it, see the result. Yeah, it's like this. But now we can take care of the space over here. So one way we could do it is main axis alignment, space between. Okay, now it's looking perfect. Okay, great. So next we'll take care of this thing. Well, to do this, definitely we need a list view builder, horizontal list view builder, and at the same time within list view builder we'll have column. Okay, so here maybe we'll have 4 columns. Each column will show this one and then this one and the next column. So the column would be list view builder's child, or we'll return column from it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do it. So here definitely we need a sized box, and in this case we'll use 20. All right, now of course we need this padding over here, or margin. Okay, so we'll use a container to do that, and so we do margin and const edge inserts only, and this time only say left 20. Okay, now the child would be list view builder, this one, and any kind of builder that takes a function, that function has 2 properties or 2 parameters it takes. Sorry. And the other one is, the first one is context, other one is index most of the time. Okay, now here we want to return something. As I said, we want to return a column. Okay, column will have children. Okay, so now here of course we need the semicolon. Now children, each of them will have, you see, if we'll have four children, right? And each of the children would be a column. So over here we can mention the item count. For now we'll mention it 4, but in future we'll read them dynamically. Okay, all right. Now over here within it, look at this one. So this is border. Okay, well, now we want to read this and show it. Well, it should have border, so we'll use container and box decoration property. Okay, all right. To do that, I think we can, let's see, borrow some container property, I guess, pretty much from here. So we'll just copy this one, and over here we'll paste it, but it's not good looking, so we'll do Option Command L on Mac to prettify it. Okay, and we have an error. Okay, now it's pretty. But one thing, let's take a look. So each of them we don't want with 200, we want it 80. Okay, all right. And for now I think we just need this left margin. Okay, so we can get rid of this one, right margin. So we'll do right margin 50, and well, circular radius 20 is okay, and background color white because you need a color, and everything else looks good. But now how about the images? Well, for now just go ahead and use this image and see the result. Okay, of course we have an error. Let's see where this error is coming from. Well, even if I don't see the error, I know, but do you guys know where is this error? Well, unbound this viewport, which doesn't have any height. So now if you come to the parent over here, the parent doesn't have any width and height. So this container has, but list view builder parent doesn't have. So every time if you have a list view builder, its parent should have width and height, otherwise you'll get error. So here we'll use height, say 120, and width, say double dot max infinitive. Okay, let's go ahead and run it, and the error should be gone. Okay, yes, and we do have a bit of padding issues over here. Now because of this one, bottom navigation bar. Well, now few ways we can get rid of this one. Either we can change this one to 100 and see, not really good. And let's see what else. Okay, there is another reason why it's happening, and I forgot about this. So the scroll direction, because now it's coming down from there, so that's why it's showing like this. So here we can change the scroll direction. Okay, axis dot horizontal. Okay, let's run it. Okay, now it's looking better. Okay, yeah, and let's see, instead of so much height over here, maybe let's do 10. Okay, because we also want to show the text over here. Okay, what text? This text. Okay, it's coming from there. Well, now if you look at this one, so this is the first container is showing this one, so we want to show this text over here, so we can have actually another container. Okay, all right, so over here container, and we'll have child, and simply we'll use app text for this one. And for now we'll just say kayaking, just for now. And let's see, we do have an error. So sorry, so this text is this one, we forgot about that. And say color, we'll use app colors, the text color, second color. Well, let's run it. Okay, so well, it's there pretty much. Well, it didn't work. Well, that could be reason, could be this one. So let's see. Yeah, so if you remove that, it works. How can we prove it? Say for example, we could do red, just a random text, so it's in the middle, you see. But now we still need this left margin. So for that one, actually we can wrap it around widget, container widget, and within it we can put margin over here. So you do const as insets, so we do right 20. Okay, now it's working. All right, and maybe we could do say 30. Okay, perfect. Whatever the text you put, it would be in the center. Okay, it doesn't matter. Well, now we want to show different images for this, and these images are already in your project file over here, like billowing, hiking, kayaking, snorkeling. Okay, and we also want to show different text for each of them. Well, for now in this app we'll read them statically, which also means that we'll bind them over here. Okay, I mean we'll declare them over here. So we'll create a new variable and we'll call it, say for example, images, list images. Okay, or instead of list we can use a map. Okay, we'll call it images, and we'll save them in key pair value. So the key would be our images, okay, and the values would be the text. Now the images, as you see from here, so we can just type in them. So we could call them ballooning png, and the value is ballooning. Okay, and we'll use capital letter. So if you don't know what is map, check out my other tutorial in the description. I have a list, a video link for that. Anyway, so now our images list is ready, so we can go ahead and read them. Okay, and show over here. Now for this one, we need to come to this place, and this is where we show the images. Now images all are in img folder, so that's img folder all stays there. Now over here we need to access our map like images. Now we want to access the key, and as I said that our images map has key and value, so keys are the images, so I would access that one. And now here there's another property called element at index, so we'll use that one. Now where is this index coming from? This index is coming from this list view builder, because our list view has 4 items, our map also has 4 items, so that means this index would correspond, it won't be wrong. Okay, yes, so we use this one. Now same one we would use over here. Okay, but instead of keys this time we would go ahead with values. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. See the result. Perfect. So our images are there, our text are also there. Okay, all right, now we want to put a little bit of distance there. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create this distance. Here we do say sized box, and height say 5 pixel. Okay, now we do have this overflow issues. Now we have too much empty space at the top, so actually we can optimize that one, so we don't need so much empty space. So if you come at the top, let's find it. Okay, over here, well definitely we have this sized box which is 40 I think over here, so instead of that we could do 30. Okay, and over here also the same, instead of 30 let's do 20. All right, yeah, so that's one way we solved it. But the major issue over here at the top, within this container didn't get solved. So here we could do 120 now. Okay, and as we did that one in the container itself, we can also increase this one a little bit. Okay, now it's perfect. Amazing. We are done with this one, with this page. So far we have built our welcome page, this bottom navigation bar, and this is the main page. Next we'll see how to build this one. Okay, so this would be a detail page. Now if you take a look, you see that this image and this menus, they are overlapping, right? So we need to take care of this issue. How to do that? So definitely this is overlapping issues, so we need to use stack widget, stack and position widget together. Okay, all right. So now we'll go ahead and declare a new page within it, and we'll call it detail page, detail page .dart. Okay, so it's over here. Well, personally I think this home page, which is this one, it shouldn't belong there with nav pages, because it's actually one of the biggest pages we have. So what I'll do, I'll take it out and put it here, refactor it. But now let's go ahead and run our app, make sure that it auto imported every settings. Yes, it did. Okay, sometimes you need to take care of these things if you change your auto importation as well as over here. Okay, so looks like it did automatically for us. Now we'll come to our detail page. Here we'll build a stateful class. Okay, and we'll call it detail page. Okay, well, the first thing, definitely you want to return a scaffold. Okay, and it will have body within it. Within body you want to return a stack widget. Okay, now stack widget should have actually width and height, otherwise you will get error. So that's why what we'll do, we'll wrap it around container widget. Now this container widget, for this one we'll use double max infinite width, and height is the same thing. Okay, so stack widget, parent widget or stack widget should have width and height coming from its parent widget, otherwise it will get error. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll come over here in our main file, this main file. So right now we just want to work on this page alone, and once we are done with this, we'll import the data from network and combine all of them together using qubit. Anyway, so now here we'll come to detail page, and we need to import it. Let's go ahead and do it. Now let's run it, see what happens. Of course nothing is there, and we also don't have any error. Great, because it's empty, nothing is there. Okay, now if you look at it carefully, so here they are positioned over here. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and declare a position widget. So here within it we'll have these two things. Now they could be in a row. Okay, all right, so we'll do row. Row should have children, and at the same time here the first icon, so we do icon. Now, well, this would be clickable, so we want it to be icon button instead of rather icon. Okay, so over here for now onPressed event is empty. Now icon itself, we'll use icon, icons dot menu. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it to see what happens. It's at the top, but we are using positioned widget, so we can define it with an left and right properties. So left 20 and the top say 70, so it came down to this place, and we are happy with this. Okay, and for now we also need to set the color, so we do color over here, and well, definitely we want to show a different color. We want to have it white, because most of our images that will be coming from background, they'll have blue background. Okay, so we'll take care of it a little later once we show the image. Okay, all right, so that's done. But if you want, you can continue to put this icon over here, but I couldn't find this icon, but you could put any icon you want, but you understand the logic why I've done row. Okay, now we'll go ahead and show this image. Okay, now once again, this image is also within positioned widget. Now it will have container and left and right things, so we'll do left 0 and right 0. Now over here, container should have width, so we'll do width over here, and a double dot max infinite, we want to get the complete width, and the height we want to specify, say 300. And now over here for image, therefore we'll go ahead with say put inside decoration. Okay, so do box decoration and image decoration, decoration image, and now here once again another image property, and here this one, but instead of image asset we would use asset image. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run it and see the result. Okay, well, now because they are all positioned, right? Well, but other thing is that the image property, so here we would want to do box fit property, right? Sorry, it should be inside this one, box fit dot, say go ahead with cover and see the result. All right, and but now our icon has gone. That's because this one is overlapping that one, overlapping this one, so we want to put the image first and then the icon. Okay, now icon is here, but now we want a white icon instead of black one. Okay, so here we can specify this icon color. So color colors dot white. Okay, well, it's too much to the top, so let's do 50. Okay, we are good now. All right, so of course you can play around this value if you are not happy with the image position, so you could also do fit width, see the result. Okay, it doesn't really change a lot, so that's fit height. Go ahead and see. Yeah, like that. So we'd rather go ahead with fit width or cover. Okay, all right, now you can also do container or contain, so they pretty much have the same result as with fit height, so we'll do cover. Okay, perfect. Well, next what we want to work on this one. Okay, I think we could slightly go ahead a bit of higher width with this image. Okay, all right, now here we want to have this result, actually this kind of curved result. Okay, now for this one, once again we'll use another positioned widget. Let's go ahead and declare a positioned widget. That's what we would do, positioned, and the child is once again the container. Okay, well, now as you see, well, we want to put a carved container over here, a little bit carved. Okay, so to do that we need to specify top position, so we do top 330, because previously we have seen our total image over here, container height is 350, so we do a little bit up at the top. So this is 350 and 320 is here, maybe somewhere here, or 330. Okay, all right. Now for container over here, we need width and height. So here we do width, say double dot well, now for this width, actually, because we are within positioned widget inside, so we need to get the hang of media query. Okay, so you do media query dot of context dot size dot, say for example, width. Okay, now this is what we want. And for height, okay, say for now, say height is say 500. All right, and we also want to use what is it, it's called color. So you do colors dot red just for debugging purpose. Okay, let's go ahead and try to check it out. So it's there, and seeing that, by saying that, we also need decoration, because we want curved decoration or curved over here, just like the design as you see. Okay, so the border radius and border radius, and now here we do only, so here we do left top and radius dot, what is it, circular, and we do 20 left top, right top, so radius dot circular 20, and we need to move the color inside this decoration, otherwise we'll get an error. Now let's see the result. Okay, so yeah, this is the curve that we wanted. Maybe we want 30. Okay, so you get the idea. Now over here, that's what we have. Instead of red, we want to use white. So as we know that it's already working. Okay, and I think we can go a little bit up over here. As you can see, this white space that showed up, it doesn't look good, so we could do 20. Okay, now it's much better. Okay, now here if you see this content, so these are all column layout. Okay, pretty much column, well of course this could be row within column, but column, 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 column. So these are all column. So here we'll use a child. So go ahead and declare child, and within child we'll have column. Okay, well now this one over here, so but now there's another thing that we could also take care. We'll do it a little later. Okay, I'll show you a little later why. Anyway, so now go ahead and do this text, but now as you see, these two texts are in a row format, right? So that's why we declare row here, and we do children. Now over here we can use our app large text. Okay, app large text, and here we would just say yes, so you say might. For now we are using this one, but in future we'll read them from database, as I said early. And now here this $sign 250. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what happens. Okay, yeah, and we want to create space between them. Okay, so here we'll use the property main axis alignment. For row, main axis is this one, so you do main axis alignment dot space between, so it'll push them to the edge. Now they're too much to the end, right? So that's what I wanted to tell you early. So here, let's see if we can assign margin or padding. Actually, it doesn't really matter. So we do padding here, const edge inserts only here. So left 20, right 20. Okay, and at the same time we could also do top, say top 30. Oh, it's looking much better, more like this one. Okay, now the color is too black. We can also take care of this color over here. So we can do colors dot black 54. Okay, and here for this one we use color app colors dot text color, I think this one. Okay, or we can also use main color for this, main color. Okay, all right, but I think it's a little too gray, so here black with opacity maybe 0.8. Yeah, it works much better. Okay, so that is so far so good with this section. Now we'll go ahead and do them very quickly. So now you want to show this this one, and once again that's inside this column, and here you want to have sized box. So sized box here, say height 10 pixels, and now you want to have this one. So this is also in a row, this map icon and the address. So we do row here and we do children here, and the first one is this icon. So here we do icons that I think what is it, I think it's location. Let's see, it's looking for the icon. Yeah, I think the first one. We'll go ahead with the first one, or let's see, location, location, not really the first one, second one. All right, and we could use color. Okay, so app colors dot main color, or app's main color, and then I think that's it. Okay, and we'd go ahead with this one. Now for this one we can use app text, second one, and the text is USA California. We'll keep it for now, this one, and color, say app colors dot text color, or main text color, not this one, maybe the first one, I don't remember. Anyways, just go ahead and check it while it's there, and maybe we can use a bit of sized box over here. So I'll copy this, put it here, and we do width, and instead of this we do 5. Let's see, yeah, it's looking good. Okay, now we want this stars over here, and once again before we go ahead with the stars, we also need to create the sized box, the distance, so it is almost the double the distance over here, so we do 20. Now here for the stars itself, here we'd use wrap widget. Okay, wrap widget. Now it takes children. Now we in children we'll use list.generate, this one, and we want to use 5 stars, and here we want to return something, so we'll return, say, icon. Okay, and here we could do icons dot, let's see, stars, this one. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Okay, we have this icon right now. Now this icon is here, so we can take care of this property as well. So here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. The problem should be solved. Now the color is, we don't want this color, we want a different color, star color. So you do app colors dot star color. Okay, all right. Now if you see this design, we have this blank star over here and the text. Okay, so this star and this text, they're in a row. So here I'll cut this one, and here I would do row Now do children, and the first one is the wrap one, and second one is this text over here. So you could use app text, this one, okay, and in this case the text is 4.0. Once again, this is static now, soon we'll load them from the server. Okay, now here we do color. So here we'd have app colors dot say text color. Let's go with text color 2 and see the result. Okay, yeah, this is what we wanted. And now here sized box, say we do a bit of width over here and 10 pixels. Okay, now another thing, if you see this one over here, this is blank empty star, right? So how to take care of this one? Actually, we can put a condition over here. Okay, for now, say we create a new variable at the top over here. We'll create a new variable and we'll call it say int gotten stars. Okay, well for now we'll have it say 3. All right, now we check it over here. Okay, I think we could do this check over here for the color. So here say gotten stars less than 5. If it's true, then we'll use this app color, which is text, which is this star color. Otherwise we'll use a different color for the last one. Okay, so for this one we'll use text color 2, this one. Okay, right, now let's go ahead and see. Okay, well, of course it's not working because gotten star is a 3, right? 3 is always less than 5, so that's why it doesn't work. So here we need to change this one, index. Okay, if number of index is greater than gotten star, we'll use star colors. Otherwise we'll use this text color. Okay, well, now we can do the opposite actually. So we'll check here, say index is less than gotten stars, the current index, I'm sorry. Okay, now it's working, but of course we can set it to 4. Yeah, it's working. So once again, in future we'll read them dynamically. So the idea is here. So if the current index is less than gotten stars, then we use the star color. When it is 4, then gotten star and index star, this condition is not applied, so we use this color. Okay, all right, perfect. Now if you come over here, look at this one. Now we'll go ahead and do this one and this one. So once again, let's see, we're in this row over here and we'll use sized box, and this time a little more extra height. Okay, and now app text, app large text, and over here we'll use people, and we could use color, colors dot black with opacity 0.8. Okay, now the font size is too big for this one, so we could pass a size variable over here, say 20. Yeah, it's better. Okay, next one we'll use this text, number of people, so use app text, and the text is number of people in your group, group. Okay, and color is app colors dot main text color. I think this one. Okay, let's go ahead and see. Okay, perfect. And I think we also need a bit of space over here, so we do sized box height 5 and we're good. Okay, well, the next one is this widgets over here. Okay, and once again what we'll do, we'll use this wrap function that we used early. Okay, and I like it. It's amazing. It saves you a lot of time. Instead of for loop, you can use this one, wrap list.generate. Over here we need 5 and the return a container. Okay, all right, now here just set up your width and height. Say width 60, height 60, and well, this part is very interesting. So here we'll have border radius, sorry, decoration, box decoration, and here we'll do border radius. Say border radius so 15, and the color, colors dot or we could use app color dot button background color. Okay, well, let's go ahead and see the result. Well, it's there over there. Now what we could do, we could go ahead and create a margin for it. Okay, but now we don't want to create a margin over here. Why not? Because if you see this style, this buttons and this button, they're almost similar and they should be reusable. Okay, so we want to create a reusable button, but we already did that. So all we need to do, we need to cut this one and put it in a new file, and that would be a new widget. So over here we'll call it, we'll create a new file and we'll call it app buttons.dart. Now here we'll create a stateless class, and what we just did over there, we'll just put it over here. And of course we need to import some of the libraries. Okay, and here we'll call it app buttons. Okay, and let's import this one as well. Okay, so now let's prettify our code. Yes. Okay, but one thing though, because we want to create a reusable button, all right, well, now here we could go ahead and call it, we can just call it app buttons and you'd still see the same result. Yeah, but now we want to create a reusable button. Okay, so, and what should it have? As you can see here, it will have background color, icon, text, things like that. So we'll define all of them. So here definitely you want color. Okay, so define all color. So this color would be either the text color or icon color. Now over here you also want background color. Okay, so you do color, background color. Okay, what else? You also want size. Okay, so int or we do double size. So they are more like square, right? Yes. So that's one thing. You also want a border color, so you would do final color border color. Okay, all right, so all it's asking you to implement all of them, so go ahead and do that. Okay, and now it's asking you to add the required keyword. Okay, well, now these are all required, not optional. Okay, and it's saying that remove this one. Well, now for size, we do the same thing. This dot size. Okay, all right. So these are the things that our color function should pass it to, right? Yes. So now if you come over here, now of course it'll show an error, and if you hover over on it, it's a add record argument color. But let's see, come over here. So yeah, one of the thing is color. So I'll just go ahead and do it. Color, right? But now there's a problem. So we have color, background color, and border color. So I'll just delete that and try it again. Now here, if you hover on this one, now if you import it, they all should be auto imported for you, the properties. Okay, now we can change them. We can use the size, say 50, and the color, well, that should be our text color. Okay, well, for now here, say colors dot white or black. Okay, all right. Now the background color for this one, app colors dot button background color. Now the border color for this button, forget about this one, first think about this one. The border color and background color are same, right? Okay, so we use this one. Okay, now all we need to do, we need to come over here and use this thing. So size is size, and width is also size because they are square. And now this color, so this is the background color, right? So this background color, now it also takes border color, right? So you do border all, border dot all. Now it takes color, so this is the border color we'll use over here or right here. And we also can use width, and we'll use width 1.0. This is the fixed one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run it. Yes, I think we have a slight error over here. Let's see, what is this error though? Expected, okay, over here. Okay, now somehow let's say change here to colors dot red. Let's make sure if everything is working. Yes, it is working, right? Perfect. Okay, so our button is already working, and now this is it. Okay, but now if you come back to this section over here, you see our button should also contain a child, either as a text or an icon, right? And we also want to be able to pass it. So here, now text or icon, they are optional. Okay, whatever we pass, that should be shown. So we'll come over here. So we'll define here string text, because this text is optional. It could be either text or an icon. Okay, now for icon it's the same thing, icon data icon. Okay, we have to use one of them. Now of course over here we need to implement them, so we do this dot text, this dot icon. Okay, all right. So but how to know that whether you're passing icon or text? So we need to pass a boolean over here. Okay, so here we'll pass is icon. In general, we'll pass false if we want to use a text. Okay, now you need to come over here. Here bool is icon. All right, now over here this is required or this is not required, because in general we might just pass false value. Okay, so it's not always required, so it would be the default value is false. Okay, so we do this dot is icon false. All right, yeah. Okay, well now that's getting interesting. So here after that we'll have child. Okay, so either we are using icon or text. Okay, now if is icon false, if it's false, then definitely we are going to use a text. Okay, so here we can use app text, and the text is whatever the text that is being passed down from here. Okay, now we might have an error. Let's see. Okay, now the error is gone because it's optional over here, so you should use a null checker if whether you're passing it or not. Okay, so if it's false is icon, that means we are passing text. Otherwise what we will do, we will use icon over here. Okay, so now the icon is whatever the icon we pass. Okay, all right, and now the color also changes. So icon color should be the color whatever we pass, as you can see here. Okay, all right, the same for the text color. Now the text color is very interesting because it does change based on reaction. Okay, so now over here say color. All right, for now just go ahead with colors.black and we'll change it very soon. And you need to import this library. Okay, now the magic time. Let's come over here. Even if we don't pass icon, okay, now over here you can just go ahead and do it, but it will throw an error because we are not passing anything anymore over here. But we said the icon color, icon and text, well, they're optional as you declared them over here, this text and this icon, right? So they should have default value. For now, say for text hi. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it and check it. So it's there, right? Yeah. Well, one of the problem with this is that it's not centered, so we'll wrap it around center widget, and same for this one, center widget. Now let's go ahead and run it. Now it's all centered. Now because I didn't pass any text, it's using the default value, so I can pass a text over here. Okay, so what is the text I want to pass? I want to pass the text, this numbers, the index. Okay, so you do text index to string because index is an integer. Now it will use the value that we pass. Okay, perfect. Well, now you can't really pass a 0, so what we'll do, simply we'll just come over here and we'll do index +1. Okay, now let's go ahead and do it. Okay, perfect. So it's working, but now if you see it has some spacing, so we need to take care of that one. To do that, well, our button is already reusable. Okay, we can prove it. Say if you don't want to use this text, you want to pass an icon. Okay, so here we could do icon, and we can pass an icon over here. So you do icons dot say icons dot, can we pass anything, say favorite. Okay, now if we pass icon, we also need to set the value is icon. We need to set it to true, otherwise we'll get an error because we are passing an icon. Default value is for text. Okay, so it's working. So our button is completely reusable. Hopefully it makes sense. Well, whatever we do, but we need the space over here. As you see, it has some extra margin. Okay, now this one we can wrap it around a container. Okay, and here we do margin and say const add insets only, and right margin say 10. Now let's run it. It's working perfect, but of course we don't want icon over here. Okay, and we want text over here, right? So you do index +1 to a string. Okay, perfect. Well, of course we also need to take care of this distance over here. Now it's pretty easy, so just go ahead and copy and come to this end and copy paste. Instead of 5 you want to do 10. Okay, well, it's already looking better. Okay, next we'll see how to click on each of them and select certain one. Well, now we'll see how to work on the selected index. I mean, we want to select them and change the background color and text color like this. So to do that, we need to come over here and well, we want to be able to click on them. To do that, first we need to wrap it around a widget, and here we'll use inkwell. Okay, this one, and it takes on tap event. Okay, now over here, so once we click on this, we would click on certain index. So that index we can save somewhere, and we need to save it using set state so that we can trigger rebuild. Well, first we need to go ahead and declare a variable. We do int selected index selected index. Well, default will do -1, which also means actually not selected any of them. Anyway, so once we click on them, we'll save the index to the selected index. Okay, all right, but now because we want to retrigger build, so we need to set it around set state. Okay, now go ahead, save it, make sure no error. Of course nothing will happen yet because we are not changing anything, but now here you need to check one thing. If certain index is selected over here, we want to change the color. Now we could do a check over here. If selected index, so over here we'll use this one as our condition. So if here, if index, whatever the index it is, if it's equal to selected one, okay, then we want to change the color. Well, if it's selected, if this condition is true, then we would colors.white for the text or for the icon. It doesn't really matter. Otherwise we'll use black. Now this one we'll use the same condition for background and border colors. Okay, well, if it's selected, then the background color we want it to be black. Okay, colors.black. Otherwise it's the app background color, which is this one. The same over here, border color. If it's selected, we want the border color to be black. Otherwise it should be the color is the background color we used early. Let's go ahead and check it, but default it's not selected. But now if you do it, as you see, it changes, right? So now using this, we are only selecting one button at a time. But now we do have a problem here. So like selected index the color, now that is the text color. If the index is same as the selected index, we want it to be white. But now we don't see the white, we see black. Now if you come to the button over here, app buttons over here, let's see. So here we already have a fixed color, so we need to change it. Okay, we need to use the color, the one we are passing over here, which is this one. So let's change it. Let's save it. Okay, as you see, it already changed, so let's change it. Perfect. So it's also working. So now we'll come back to our detail page over here. So this part is done. So to select only one index, just to save it, and based on that index, do a rebuild. Okay. All right. So right now we'll take a look at this one, and also it has some distance over here, so we need to change it. So we'll copy this one over here and put it right here, and we'll do maybe 20 for now, and let's see what happens. And okay, now we can use our app large text, and over here we do description, and we can also set the color with the colors dot black with opacity 0.8 and size 20. So it's there. Perfect. Now we also need to use our app text for this one. Now, well, let's try it. So what do? We'll just use app text. Okay, now it takes a text, so the text is now here we can also set our color to do app colors dot say main text color. Okay, so here it's showing up. Perfect. But now here we can set up this sized box a little bit. So instead of 20, we'll do 10. Okay, now it's good. Perfect. Next, we need to see how we're going to use these two options over here. Well, now this is a reusable button. We already created this button earlier, so we can go ahead and create this. But now if you take a look at this layout, well, definitely this is a row layout, right? So we want row. All right, that's one thing, but this should be fixed at the bottom. So what we should do, we should also use it within positioned widget. Okay, all right, so here for now we only have two positioned widget, so we'll create our third positioned widget over here. Okay, positioned widget, and here we'll have our child. Now within child we'll have row. Okay, all right, now positioned widget, well, we'll do that later. For now, just say bottom 0. Now over here we'll have children, and within children we can use our app buttons, okay, which we did early, app buttons. So over here, these are the parameters we must supply. All right, well, size in this case is 60, and color we do app colors dot say, well, text color 2, I guess, and background color, do colors.white. Now the border color, colors text color 2. All right, now let's go ahead and check it, see the result. Oh well, it's there, and definitely we don't want it like this, so it's up there. 10, 20, I think it's good. Now we'll do left, so we'll do left 20 as well. Okay, now this way they're all aligned to the same distance. Okay, but here of course we don't want a text, we want an icon. So here we know that we can set the boolean is icon, okay, true. And if we do that, we also need to pass the icon. So icons dot fav or favorite, this one. Now let's save it and see the result. Okay, perfect. But I think our text color is not really, this is the color we want. Maybe we want color 1 instead of 2. Okay, well, now it's much closer. So the button is there. Now the next button we want to draw is this one over here. Okay, well, actually we already created this button, which is also over here, this responsive button. Okay, so we'll reuse this button over here. Well, now to reuse this button, we need to set up some extra conditional check over here, because earlier we saw in this section we used it. Okay, anyway, so now let's go ahead and try to call this button. So we'll call it app responsive buttons, responsive button. Let's see, responsive button, this one. So now if you hover over on it, so we have few properties that we can set up now. This time we want it to be responsive, so we'd set is responsive true. Okay, is responsive true. And let's see, I think all right, well, if it's a responsive true, then, well, we also want to use this condition over here. Okay, well, now here we want to wrap this around with another widget. Okay, and that widget is called flexible. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run it and check what happens. Okay, definitely we have some errors. Well, after flexible we still have error. Now few ways to take care of this one. First we'll come over here and we'll set another constraint which is called right. So now if you come over here, and as you see it works, okay, pretty much like that. So if you have flexible widget, but flexible widget's parent widget should have constraint, and then flexible widget will take all the available space in the parent widget. And of course we need to take care of the space over here. Sized box with, say, 20. Okay, yeah, like that. All right, but now here's another problem. We also want to show the text. Okay, so like as in the design, we want to show the text. So here we'll go ahead and do app text. Okay, so text is book trip now, and the colors.white. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Well, it's there, but now I want it to be pushed back to the left and right side. So that's why we can also use center widget, sorry, space between. But if you do that, do remember this is a reusable button. We'll lose this property for this one. Okay, we still want to keep this. So here we can set up condition over here. So the condition we could set based on is responsive. If it's responsive, true, then we would do main axis alignment dot space between. Otherwise we'll do main axis alignment center. Okay, and it should solve the problem. Well, let's go ahead and check it, and you see it did. Well, now another problem is this: it pushed too far to this end. Actually it did too, but this is an image, remember? The image has background, a little bit of background. Okay, yeah, I mean, sorry, the image has a little bit left and right property, or like margin or padding. So that's what causing the problem. Well, to get rid of this one here, of course, one thing we need to do first before we get rid of this one, we also need to check this one over here as well. If it's responsive, then we'll show the text, otherwise we'll show empty container. Okay, all right. Now definitely we can come over here and set it to false. Okay, and let's see. Okay, well, if you set it to false, well, it still takes the whole space. So how to solve this problem over here? So here, let's come over here. If is responsive true, and we'll do, let's see, double dot max infinite, otherwise it's same as width. Okay, so but the default value is false. Now the other problem is we are also not passing here default width. Okay, so we can have a default width over here. Okay, say 120. Okay, now it works because it's the default width. So here it is false, so it's going to use this default width over here. Now if we set it to true, let's see. Okay, it works. But now we come back to our earlier problem, which we saw early. Like, it's too much to this left side, and there is extra padding with this image. So now here we can, this one, we can wrap it around a container, and here we can put margin. Okay, and we'll do constant edge inserts only, and so left 20. Okay, all right, now that it should be fixed. Okay, all right, once again, if you come over here, if you set it to false, okay, our button is very responsive. So why it's responsive? Basically this variable over here is responsive, and we also set some extra parameters here, the default value. Okay, perfect. So now we have these 3 pages ready, and they're all working. So our next task would be understanding what is a qubit, and based on that we'll connect all these 3 pages using qubit state management system. Hello everyone. Well, in this part of this tutorial we'll see how to use qubit for state management, or how to understand the most basic idea about state management. And after that we'll combine all these pages we have built so far, these pages, for our qubit app. But anyway, first I'll explain the basic idea, most basic idea, and understanding how to use qubit in your app and what is qubit. That's what I'll explain first. Well, for this one, well, you can come to my website over here. I'll put a link to this, It gives you some most basic idea, the clear and straightforward way. Because most of the apps I have seen or the websites, I don't think they have very good idea. But anyway, so I'll explain to you how I understand, okay? So your app needs a qubit or qubit package for state management, right? So here is your qubit package. So once you have qubit package in your app, so that qubit should have two things that you should do. You should have states and you should have qubit. So you need to create states. You also need to create qubit for this package. And from this package, you can understand it like this. And then your UI will interact with this. That's the most basic idea. And your states will have data, the data you want to rebuild, or sorry, the data you want to change. And based on that change, you want to trigger rebuild of UI, okay? All right, so those data should be here within the states. Okay, our state should have access to those data. Well, now those data are there, and if some of the data are changed, or you want to rebuild the UI or show something new on the screen, then you should use emit function. Emit function will have hold or will have idea about the states, okay? Now this emit function should be within the qubit. So you create state should hold data, and because they're in the same package, so qubit will know about states and then they'll emit the states. Emitting state means that, hey, I know that you want to do something new or you change the variable, so I should let the app know. To do that, we'll use emit function to do it, and our qubit package will know it and it will redraw the UI. Okay, so that's what the most basic idea about qubit, and that's my understanding. Well, the bigger idea is that your UI, qubit, and repository. Repository will talk with the server. It will send a request and get back response from server. Okay, all right. So as well, again, the qubit should have your qubit package, or app qubit should have qubit and states. And another idea that we should know. So our qubit app should have block provider and block builder. While using block provider, we can create qubit and we'll also hold the qubit. Now, block builder, they'll check on the qubits. Sorry, they'll check on the states, okay? And based on that states, we'll trigger something. So two important ideas. Block provider will create and hold our qubit, and as well as our block builder will check on the states and let us know which state we want to trigger or we want to go ahead with. Okay, so it's very important. All right, so that's the most basic idea about qubit. Now we'll go ahead and continue. So after this picture, you know that first we need to install this package, then we need to create classes for our states. We also need to create classes for our qubit. So that's what we will do, just according to this picture. So let's come over here, come to this file. So go ahead and install these three packages and do get pub. Okay, so now Flutter qubit is a subset of block, and the package name is Flutter block. Okay, and we also need another package to work with block and Flutter, and they work pretty much together, but of course it could work independently with other projects. I'll explain what it is a little later. Now, the first thing we want to do, we want to create a new folder or directory, and we'll call it qubit. Okay, and within qubit, we want to create a file for our states. So we'll call it app qubit states.dart, and we'll create another file for our qubits. So we'll call it app qubits.dart. Well, the first thing, as I said earlier, from here we understand, we need to create states first. Okay, that's what we'll do. So over here, we'll create an abstract class first, and the class name is, say, qubit states, and it'll extend another package or class that's EQUA, equatable. Okay, I'll explain why we need this thing. Now, based on this class, now we'll create another two classes. Okay, now this is an abstract class, so another class could extend this class as well, right? So the class name is initial state extends qubit states. Okay, now it will ask you to do something, overriding one method, which is this one, and I'll remove this and put like this, and I'll explain what is this. And I'll copy this one and put it over here. I'll change the name and we'll call it welcome state. Now, what is this initial state and what is this class for? Well, every qubit app, they should have one initial state. When we first create qubit, we should pass a state class or a state function. So that's what we'll do over here. Okay, it could be a class, it could be a function, it doesn't really matter. So that we should initialize that one, every qubit app. So that's why we have this one. And once that is done, we want to trigger a new state. That state name is welcome state. This welcome state would be responsible for showing this page on the screen once the initialization has been done. So that's why we have this too. We can remove that because we're not really passing any object to it, so it's okay. Now what is this for? So over here, actually, you put the data that should be changed. Like as I said earlier, states should hold data if you come over here. So the data that should be changed, and those data should create rebuild of UI. So that should be within here. But for now, we are not going to use any data because this page doesn't really going to do any dynamic update of data, at least for now. In future, we'll change it. So that's why these are empty. So if I had a variable, say int x, and I want this variable to be changed in the app, and based on this variable, I also want to retrigger or trigger a new build, I'll declare it here and then I'll put it here. So if my app changed this variable, I will automatically get a rebuild of that part for the UI. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. But we're not doing any of these things, so we'll keep it empty. So with this, according to this file, our states has been created for now. And now we'll go ahead and create qubit, or create a class for qubit. That's the better way of understanding. So here in this file, we'll create a class for our qubit, and we'll call it class app qubits. And it should extend qubit. Okay. Now let's see. It's asking you to import this package. Now here it's asking you to initialize the superconstructor. As I said earlier, over here, every class they'll have initial state. So this is our initial state. Every app that uses qubit, they should have one initial state. So this is our initial state. So we need to call our initial state from here. So I'll call it initial state. So that's the class. Okay, and we don't need this one anymore. We can keep it empty. All right. So with this, our initial state would be done. Okay. Yeah. And once the initial state has been done, actually for initial state, as you see, nothing is happening. Okay. Once the initial state has been done, we want to emit a new state to show the welcome page. So that's why here we'll write emit, and here we'll write welcome page, welcome state, this one. So first the initialization has been done, then we'll trigger another state. That state is this one. So that's how they work. First this one, and automatically we'll call this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So with this, we are done with extending our qubit. And using this file, now somewhere we can create qubit. Because our app still doesn't know that there is a qubit in our app. So we need to find a way to let our app know that we are going to use qubit in this app or UI. Okay, to do that, we'll do it from the entry point of our app, which is main.dart. Okay, we know that for so far this has been the entry point because of this we say this UI, right? Now this should be our entry point, right? Okay, so well, before we go ahead and inject our qubit over here, we need to do one more thing. Now if you come over here, we also need to send a state type. Okay, so we would call here app qubit states, this one. Okay, because I said earlier that if we have states, our qubit would somehow know that we have states or state classes like this. How does it know? It knows like this. Okay, because you need to tell that what kind of states my qubit should have. So based on this one, it knows, okay, well, states are coming from here and they're this type. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now over here, what we'll do, we'll remove this one. Okay, now we'll use block provider. As I said earlier, we use block provider to create qubits, okay, or inject qubits. So here we would call app qubits, this one. Okay, now here if you hover over on it, it has one mandatory argument, which is create. You should use this one, and you also see that it takes a function. Okay, in our case we want to pass the class as a function, so you do create, and what is our class or function over here? That's app qubits. Well, it has an error. Well, the one thing we need to do, as you can see from here, that it takes a context, so we need to pass the context. Okay, now the error should be gone. And if you hover over on it, well, there is another parameter that we could use, that's the child, but of course this is optional, but here we can still use that one. So we need to pass a child that holds all these qubits, or that can access the qubits, or that can check the qubits or the states, okay, like this. So well, we don't have this child yet, so what do we need to do? We need to go ahead and create one. So over here we'll create a new file. We'll call it app qubit logics.dart. Okay, so this is the file that should hold our states and check on the states. Okay, so anyway, we'll create a stateful class over here, and stateful class, we'll call it app qubit logics. Okay, all right, and we need to import some of the libraries, and here instead of container we'll return scaffold. Now scaffold should have body. Now we saw earlier that we can use block builder to create, or check actually, to check on the states, because we already have states over here, so we can check on them. But to check on them, we need to check them through block builder. So over here we would implement, go ahead and create block builder. So block builder. Okay, all right, now block builder should have ideas about our qubits and states. So here we'll call app qubits, this one, and app state, qubit states, this one. Okay, all right, so just like any other builder, it takes a builder property. Okay, and like any other builder, it takes two parameters, this builder property. First one is context, other one is state. So pretty much in Flutter, whenever you see the builder, it takes a builder property, and builder property should take a function. Okay, so it takes a function over here. So now once we have this block builder, now using this one, we can check on the states. All right, now we saw early that when our qubit is created first time, there is an initial state. This get triggered automatically, and after that we trigger a new state, which is welcome state. But now this has been triggered, but app wouldn't know about it. So you have to find it, and finding it is very easy. How to do that? We can do it logically over here. So we could do if state is welcome state. Okay? All right. Then you return something. Return what? Welcome page. So this is a page we are returning, or file, or class. Okay? If we don't find anything, for now we'll return an empty container. If there is no state found, we return empty container. So once again, what happens here? So this is the initial state that get triggered automatically. Then welcome state gets triggered. Okay? So this is this state over here. This one. We find it. So it's just a naming that this is happening after initial state. So we can find actually this name. That's all. So it's a hint to the app. Well, this is happening right now. So this is a stage that is happening. Well, if this is happening, then take me there, or show me this, or do this, or do that. So this states over here, another simple understanding is just some names that's happening. First, this is happening. This is the name, and then this is happening, and here is the name. Okay? So if this is happening, show me this, show me that. So we do conditional check. That's what we said earlier. Using block builder, we check on the states. As we do it, we emit the states. Okay? Let's go ahead and check it. Now, we might have an error. Let's see what's happening. Okay, and it says that main dart, so let's go ahead and find our main dart, which is this one. Sorry. So I guess we are missing some. Oh, sorry. So we are missing something here. So as I said that, the block provider, so it should create our qubits and hold the qubits. So here, this one, actually you see here we have qubits and states. So that's what I meant by holding qubits. Okay, so we need to call this class over here. So here we'll call app qubit logics. Okay, this is the child. So create the qubit and show the logic using within this. Okay, and based on that, do conditional check. So let's go ahead and run it. And looks like we have another issue. Anyway, so I restarted my app and it worked. Okay, that's all. Because there's a change of the state, so sometimes you need to restart your app, and then it worked, so there were no problems. So yeah, that's it. So here we're able to trigger a new page, okay, using this qubit. And isn't it excellent? So this is the first thing we have done. So we created over here several states, and after that, within qubit, we initialized the first state, and after that we triggered another emit, which means another state. Okay, and then over here using block builder we have found that state, and based on that state we are redirecting. So right now here my understanding is it also works more like routes. It tells you either go here or go there, conditional check. Okay, hopefully you understood, and this is the most basic idea about qubits. So our app is working right now. We have loaded this page using qubit state management and logic. Okay, next what we want to do, we want to load this data from the server, load them and some other information, and show it on the screen. Okay, all right, to do that, first we need to go ahead and install one package. So if you come over here to this file, go ahead and install this HTTP package. It would be responsible for loading the resources from the network. Well, first we'll create a new directory and we'll call it services. Now here we'll create a new file. We'll call it dataservices.dart. Okay, now over here first we'll go ahead and import our HTTP package. So let's see this one, and we'll do as HTTP. Okay, now here we'll create a class and we'll call it data services. Now within this class, first we'll have a string for our base URL. So base URL, and here we'll write my base URL, http mark.bslmail.com, and there is an endpoint for API, so that's API. I'm using Laravel, so it depends on what kind of backend you use. Anyway, so now here I'll also create a new method. We'll call it getInfo, and within info, first I'll declare a variable or string for my API URL, and here the endpoint is get places. So this is my actual API, get places. Now here, based on this, I'll combine these two together, this one and this one, and I'll create a HTTP GET request. So that's what I want to do. So I would do http.get. Okay, now it takes URI. Well, now that is our total URI, but we can pass it within a helper function. It does some decoding for you, parsing. So this one we can do base URL plus API URL. So based on this together, it creates a request to the server, and then it returns something. So the return type is http.response. Okay, so we get a response back from server, and we can call it res to hold it within a variable. Okay, now let's see. And we might need to use, because here it says that it returns the future. So what you need to do, you need to do await here. And if you do await, you need to do async modifier. Okay, perfect. So with this, we get the data from the server. Okay, we get actually object here, JSON object within it. Now here, we need to decode it. Well, before we decode it, actually, we need to make sure that we are getting really response back from the data from the server. So we would use try catch clause. Okay, now within it we'll do a check if res equal status code equal 200. Now HTTP package, if you get data from server, it returns the code 200, and the code name is like variable name is status type or status code actually. So if status code equal 200, that means data is correct and response is correct. Okay, so if the response is correct, we take it. Okay, otherwise we print error to the console. Okay, that's what we do. So once you get the data, you need to decode it. Okay, all right. So now here you want to put the decoded data in a list which will have a dynamic type, dynamic, and we'll call it list. Now within it, here we need to decode the data. The data is within this, right? Well, now it does response a lot of things, so we just want the body of this data. So we do json.decode. Of course, we need to import a file for this library, convert library. So here we would do res.body. Okay. Now, actually, what is the body? Let me show you over here. So I have this postman, and this is my total URI, as you can see from here. Okay, so this is postman and URI, exactly same as this one we have. So this is the combined URI. Okay, now this returns, I can test my API that it's working correctly because it's sending back me data or response. Okay, now if you see over here, so this is what I get as body over here, as you can see. So the body is a list of objects, JSON objects. Okay, so it returns JSON objects. So within body is within this this braces over here and this one, as you can see. So it returns ID, name, description, and other lot of things. Okay, so this is what we get. And now we need to decode it. Why? Because Flutter doesn't understand JSON; it understands map. Okay, Anyway, first, whatever we get, we need to decode it. So that's why we did decode, and we are decoding the body. Okay, once again. So this is the whole body. We are decoding it. Okay, and we are putting it in a list first. Okay, all right. Now we'll convert it to map, then it will convert it to list. Okay, because if we convert it to map, then we will have easier access to the properties, underlying properties to this one. And we are doing all of this because Flutter doesn't understand JSON. Okay, now after decoding it, we are going to put it over here. Okay, and then we'll convert it to map so that our app can use it. Well, to do that, first we need to go ahead and create a model. So over here within it, I'll create a directory and I'll call it model. And now here within it, I'll create a new file. I'll call it data model.dart. Okay, now if you saw it, now here we have this properties: ID, name, description, prices, people, star. Of course, we don't need all of them. We need name, description, price, stars, people, and IMG for now. In future, we might use we also need location and selected people. Well, so let's go ahead and declare them very quickly. So here I'll create a class, and class name is data model. Okay, so we'll have string, that's name, and we'll have string for our img for image, and we'll have int for price, int for people, int for stars, and string for description, and string for location. Okay, now we'll quickly create the constructor for this data model. Okay, now over here, so let's see if we can do it automatically. It looks like we can't. So what we'll do here, we do required this dot name, all right. So we have built the constructor. Okay, all right. Now, as I said earlier, from the server we get JSON. So from JSON, after decoding it, we want to convert it to map object. Okay, because Flutter understands map. Well, to do that, we need to declare a new method. It's called and the method type is factory. And here we do data model. And here we'll create a method called from JSON. And whatever it gets data from this call over here. Okay, yeah, so the data is more like map format. Okay, so if you don't know what is map format, check out my other tutorial. So here we'll have string and dynamic. Okay, so here we mean that so this is the, so our key is the string, and this value is dynamic because there could be any kind of value, integer, string, or whatever, but the keys are always string. Okay, so that's why we write here string and dynamic. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, now here we'll return our data model. Okay, well, as you can see, it's already laid out for you, so it would be now once we get the response from the server, we'll get these things, we'll get them as a key. Okay, so you want to grab them and give it to Flutter. That's what we'll do now. Okay, so here we'll have a variable and we'll call it JSON. Okay, so we'll send information to this variable, and this variable should hold this information here, this keys here. Okay, now we'll be able to access them. So here we'll write JSON Okay, well, with this we are done with our data model. So all we need to do, we need to grab the object and put it in JSON, this variable. Actually, you can call it anything, it's just the convention, and we'll assign one-on-one to these variables over here, and then we'll be able to access them, these variables. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we want to come to our this file over here, data services, and within it, so now everything is in the list. So from the list we want to convert them to the map. Now we'll return a list. Okay, so we'll do return list, but now before we return, first we'll convert it to map. Why? Let me tell you. So after this list should have information like this. Okay, piece by piece, like so. This would be the first piece, and then second piece, like this, piece by piece. Okay, so now each E would point to this certain piece, or I mean certain data, like to this information. Another E or the next E should have information or point to this one. Okay, so you'd be able to access block by block. Okay, now as we access them, we would convert them to map. So we could call data model, like the first one. Now we can simply pass the E. Okay, and after that we'll convert it to list. Okay, over here. So with this, actually we're pretty much done with loading the data from the server. Well, after this we'll be able to load the data, but I think we also need to change the return type, because we don't have any return type over here, but we are returning data over here, right? So we'll return future, and here list, and here the type is data model. Okay, because this is data model type. And now I think we should also have one return statement here. Okay, return data model, and but of course it should be a list type, data model, and empty. If we have error, we're returning empty. Let's see over here. Okay, now over here we also need another one. If it's not true, or if it can't load data successfully, then we'll return this one. Now the error is gone. Okay, well, with this the data loading would be successful, but now we need to come back to our app cubic. We need to create two more states. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just simply go ahead and copy them and paste there. So first one we'll call as loading state, and the second one is loaded state. So this state would be triggered when you are trying to load the data. So we'll have circular indicator, and this state would be triggered once we have the data has been loaded successfully. Okay, so that's why we need them both. Well, now we need to find a way to call them. Okay, so where they're happening. To do that, first we'll go ahead to our qubit over here, and over here we'll create a new method. That method type is void, and we'll say get data, just like that. Okay, yeah. And now here we'd also one more time do try and clause catch, try catch clause, sorry. All right, now here we'll call this one from somewhere. Okay, so once we call this one first we want to load or trigger this state, which is loading state. Okay, so here we would do loading state, we would do emit loading state. Okay, and so at that time it would be loading. Okay, well, as it's loading, what we could do, we could come to our logical file, which is, let's see, not this one, not this one, this one. Okay, so we also don't need this anymore, this one over here. Okay, so here actually we could do a conditional check once again. So what I'll do, I'll copy paste this one and put it right there. Okay, now here I want to check what kind of state it is. If it's loaded state, okay, if it's a loaded state, then I want to call a function, or I want to draw something different over here. So if it's loaded state, I want to draw a circular indicator. Okay, so here I would do center, okay, child, circular indicator, okay, circular progress indicator. That's all. So that's what we'll call. So once again, if you come over here, so this would be responsible for loading state. Let's see, it's not loaded, it's loading. Okay, so this would be responsible for loading state, and now this state is in our qubit over here. So we'll call this function. Once we call this function, it will trigger this state, and if it's triggered this state, this file over here, this dot class, would be able to file it because it loops through all the states and find it. Okay, and once it finds it, it would do this one. Okay, now of course we need to find a place to call this function. Where do we call it from? Of course we can call it from our welcome page over here, as we saw early. So this is our welcome page, and welcome page has a button, this button, right? So we need to find this button, and where is this button? This is the button. Okay, all right, now this button, we should wrap it around within a container and as a child. Okay, and then we'll give it a width, say width 200, and after that we'll wrap it around another widget, and that widget we'll call gesture detector. Okay, and it takes on tap event. Okay, and within on tap event we'll call that function, the function we just created over here. So over here this button would get triggered, or would trigger this function, and then this function would trigger this loading state, and once it does, it would be able to find over here and load it successfully. Okay, and show this indicator. So here we'll just go ahead and simply call a block provider of qubit. So we do block provider of here. So we have our app. So our qubit name is this one, app qubits. So we do this one, app qubits. Okay, and within it we need to pass a context, and then we can access the method which is called get data. Okay, so while if you have any kind of method, you can access them anywhere from your view using block provider. Okay, so as I said earlier, block provider checks the states. Okay, block provider also can call as I said earlier, block provider holds the qubit. So right now this is like a qubit, so the way I understand, each function is also a qubit. Okay, it's holding the qubit and I can access them. So anyway, so one thing you could do, we could go ahead and run it, and it's working. Okay, it's loading. Perfect. So you try it one more time. So this is our initial state, and if you click on this, it's loading. Okay, so that means that, so now we can load our data as it's being loaded, showing within this time we can load our data. Okay, to load, okay, first we'll go ahead and declare data and load the data within this get data. Okay, so here we'll do final data services, and we'll call it data. Simply we'll call it data. But now of course this is a variable and a final variable, so we need to initialize inside this thing. But there is another important thing though that you should know. Well, here, okay, we'll initialize it within it, and we'll call it required this dot say data. Okay, no problem. But now if we come over here, we will have error here because we need to pass this one over here as well, because you are mentioning, you are saying that over here it should take data, and data type is data services type. Okay, well after this we need to come over here, and we also need to pass from our qubits. Okay, over here, so we need to pass data services, and now the error should be gone. So what happens here, once we first create this qubit, we are also asking to create a service over here, okay, and an object from this service. Hopefully it makes sense. And after that, we would be over here, and then we can load the data and put in this variable. Okay, so I'll put the data in this variable, which is called here we need to create a variable first. We'll call it late final places. Okay, all right, so now our places, this variable will hold data from this one, so data.getInfo. So getInfo is actually loading the variable and every information from the server, right? And then we put it to this one. Hopefully it makes sense. Now if we are able to load the data and put this one over here, now we can, after that, we'll be able to trigger a new state. But do remember, now interesting thing should happen, because it could, you might need to await for the data. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Then we'll do async over here. So we are waiting for the data. All right, once the data has been loaded, the next line would execute. Okay, otherwise it won't. Okay, so here we would emit a new state. What is the state? We would emit loaded state. Loaded state, this one. Okay, but now the data has been loaded and we need to pass the data to this one over here. So we'll pass it to it, loaded state. Now we need to come back to our state over here. So this is the loaded state. Now over here, well, we are passing the data, so we need to catch them over here. So you do loaded state within the constructor, because this is a class. So first we'll declare a variable, and the data is coming here as list. So we do data model. Okay, that's all. And the variable name is places. So we'll put it over here, places, this dot places. So we'll grab the data. Okay, so now because we said early, this kind of list is used for trigger auto build of the UI. So we need to put it over here. Now our our qubit would know, oh, there is new data. So let's go ahead and rebuild the UI if necessary. Okay, so once again, what's happening here? So this function gets called, then I'm showing loading state. So it would be loading over here, and then at the same time it would come over here and try to load information from the server. Once that is loaded, it will trigger this one. As it triggers, we'll also update our state, because we have gotten data. So if you get data, you can update your state. Okay, so as you update the state, you are also emitting it, right? You emitted it over here because you have this emit function. Now, if you could emit it, here is the interesting thing. You could come over here to your, let's see, this file, which is called this one. Okay, so we know that emitted state we can find over here, right? So we'll just simply copy paste it over here. Okay, now here we might check for a new state. So the new state is loaded state. Okay, now if the state has been loaded, so which means we are over here. Okay, so we can ask for a new page. What is the page, or where is the page we want to go? We want to go to the page which is called home page. So this is the page we want to go. Okay, all right, so what we'll do, we'll simply come over here and we'll call home page. Okay, now we need to import it. So let's stop the app. Well, we ran the app. Now we have a bit of problem once again. Now it's coming from this welcome page over here. So we have this button. Now responsive button is expanding using flexible, if you remember. Now flexible should be always wrapped around row or column widget. So that's why we are getting this error. So now here we'll wrap it around another widget, and we'll call it here row, and of course we will have to use children because we are a row. Now here I'll just put them around this and now the error should be gone. Now let's rerun it one more time. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, so yes, just now we think we worked on this tab button. Okay, and this tab button would trigger get data, and get data would be coming from over here, our Qubits app over here. Okay, so it'll load the information from the server and trigger loaded places. Okay, and then once we click on this button, we can see that we'd be able to load this data, right? And once we load this data, if you come to this Qubit app logics, so this loaded state has been triggered, so we can go to our home page. Okay, so that's what we expect. Okay, let's see. Yes, the data loaded and it took us over here. Of course, this data is still not from server, but we can prove that our data has been loaded from the server, and then we come over here. How can we do that? We can go to this data services over here, and I think we can just simply put and print this list. Okay, and we'll see that it's been loaded, and then we direct it to this page. Let's go ahead and check it. Okay, now we click on this and we'll see that it's been loaded. Okay, then we come over here. All right, so that's how it works. So the data loading has been working successfully. So now what do we need to do? We need to come to our home page and find the data and use the loaded data rather than this one. Okay, so all the data has been loaded, and now at the same time, if we see over here, so once this is loaded, the state has been loaded state over here, this has been called. Now here this props has been updated with new values. Okay, so once again, if you see our app Qubit, so over here we load them and then we emit the state. Okay, and as we emit the state and we save them in our states over here in this props. So now if we use block builder, we'd be directly able to access this prop. Okay, all right, so now we need to come to our home page over here. Now if you look at it, so the body, so here we have this body contains column, so I'll go ahead and simply cut this one. Now here we'll use block builder, and we already learned that using block builder we can access the states. So here we want to access the state because we want to get the props over here, like this props over here. Anyway, so now it takes two parameters. First one is app qubits. For our case, it's qubits class, and the second one is qubit states. Okay, qubit states. And I guess we need to import them, otherwise we'll have an error. Okay, now over here, okay, we are good. Now it's asking you that you need a builder property which takes function, and first parameter is a context and second one is the state. Now using this state, actually we can access the state of our qubit states. Okay, so that's why we need block builder. Now here we'll return our column, the one I just copied earlier or I cut. All right, so now there is no error. Well, here is another interesting thing we could do. We can actually wrap this whole thing once again, this one, around if else statement. Just make sure that the state is there. How can we do that? So we can check if state is loaded state, because by this time data should be loaded, all of them. Okay, if state is loaded state, then do something else, do something else. If there is no this state, it means we have the wrong state or something went wrong. So we'll just say show empty container, but of course you can here show much more. It doesn't have to be an empty container. And over here we'll return what we just cut earlier. Okay. Well, the other thing is that now, because of this state keyword, we can access the props from the qubit states, this class. So here I'll declare a new variable. I'll call it info, and here I would do state.places. As you see, we can access it, and that's all. Okay. Now this info contains this list over here, so it returns the list. Now what we could do, we could go ahead and start to change our information. So the first place we want to change is here. So now instead of static 3, we would do info dot length. Okay. All right, that's one. And the other one over here, now instead of having this one, so I want to use network image, not asset image. Okay, because they are coming from network. So we do network image, and it takes the path. Now in my case, all of my photos are saved in http mark.bslmail.com and within uploads folder. Okay, so this is the folder for my images, and so from here I can retrieve the images that is passed down to me through this list, as you can see. So all I need to do right now, add this one. Okay, so what I will do, I'll just go ahead and do plus and info, and here info, let's see, after doing info we can access the index. Okay, index. Now here we could do img. Okay, so for a certain index we get the ing. All right, and it should work. Okay, now whether it's working or not, we can just go ahead and load it and see what happens. Now we loaded our app, and this started from the beginning. So by this time we have two state has been emitted. One is initial state, other is welcome state. Now once we click on this, we'll emit a new state, and that would be our loaded state. Okay, let's go ahead and check it. Yes, this data, they're all coming from server. Isn't it amazing? Okay, yeah, so we're already done with our app. I mean, almost done. I wouldn't say already. So yeah, so it's working. It's amazing. I feel good because it's been like almost 4 hours, I would say, guys. So, and thanks for sticking up with me for so long. And of course, in future, we'll also see how to update this information using Qubit. Okay, well, the next thing we want to do, we want to be able to click on this and go to a new page and show this related info for a particular image. Okay, well, to do that, first we need to come to our app qubit states over here, and over here we'll create a new state. And for this one, we'll first go ahead and copy this one, and instead of loaded state, now we want to go to detail state. Okay, detail state, it means the detail page, because we want to click on certain image and go to a detail page. Okay, so that's why I said it detail state. So I'll change it over here. Now once I call this state, which means when I emit this state, so at that time I'll pass this data model to it. Okay, as a list, I'm going to pass it. Okay, so that's why I have this prop, which is different from this one, because this one includes everything, and this one just includes a certain list from our one certain child from the list. Okay, all right, so now the state has been created. Now we'll go ahead to our app qubits, and for this state we'll create one new emit or emit function. That's what I would understand. Okay, all right, so how to do that? So here I'll call it, say, detail page, like that, and of course it will get information from the caller function, and it will send data model and data. Okay, this would be the type that it would send. Okay, and we need to import it, otherwise we'll get an error. Okay, well, another thing here, we also need to take care of this, and we'll do it later. I missed it last time. Anyway, so now here I'll simply emit a new state. So that state is called detailed state. Okay, the one we just created, detailed state. Okay, and it takes this information which is called data. So that's what we are passing them, and we are done creating the qubit. And well, we have this error. That's because if you come over here and see, well, it's a list. Okay, but we are just passing one child from the list, so we don't need to create it like list over here. I mean, wrap it around a list, not like this, because we are just passing one of the items. Now if you come over here, I'm sorry, if you come over here to the qubits, the data, this error has been gone. So that's good one. Now our qubit has been created, and our state has been created as well. So now it's time to call it. We can call it from our home page. Now call from where? Definitely we can call it from, I guess, from this container over here, because this container, we want to make it clickable. This container contains our image. So I'll come over here, and what I'll do, I'll go ahead and wrap it around a new widget, and this one is gesture detector. You can also do inkwell, it doesn't really matter. So here, sorry, untap. Okay, so it takes untap event, untap. All right. Okay, and it should be here. Okay, now the error has gone. So over here, what we'll do, we'll once again use block provider to access the qubit. That's what we learned. So you do block provider dot off. You need to use off function, and here it takes the qubit. What is our qubit? That is f qubits, this one. And then it also takes context, the current context, and after that we can access whatever we want to access from our qubit. So from our qubit, we want to access a function that's called detail page, this one. Okay, and we'll pass one of the items from our index or from the list actually. So how to pass it? So do remember we have this info, and using info we can pass a certain index. So that means that for that index we are passing the whole item. Okay, now we are good. So hopefully now if we go ahead and run it, we should be able to move to a new page. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do it. So we'll run it from the beginning, make sure everything is okay and no error. Now click on here. So the data has been loaded and no error here. Now we want to be able to click on them, so let's go ahead and click. Looks like our click didn't really work. Let's see, I think we're at the wrong place. I'm so sorry. What I'll do, I'll just copy this one, and then I'll do Ctrl Z to come back. Let's see. Okay, so this is not the place. I think it should have been here, over here. Okay, so this one, and within this, so this is the container, this is the place we changed. I'm sorry about that, but now anyway, here we'll do gesture detector once again, and we do gesture detector, and now here I'll just put what I copied. Now I'll run it one more time. So I'll click on this, and now I'll click on this. Okay, yeah, well, it does, it took what. Now what happened here, as you clicked on this, it tried to come here, and what happened, so let's do it step by step. So from this qubit, we are trying to call this function a qubit function. So our qubits are all here. Now it came over here and emitted this state, and at the same time it saved this data information to our states over here. Okay, now we were supposed to see this thing in detail page, but detail page is not there. What happened? That's because in our app qubit logic we are not looking for it and redirecting to a new condition or new page. Okay, so that's why it happened. So we can solve it easily. So we'll just copy any of them. Okay, and here I'll put it. Okay, after copying, now simply I'll just do another test over here. So I'll say if the state is detail state. Okay, do remember, so this state name is detail once you emit from here. So that's the detail state. Anyway, so now you come over here and then we'll redirect it to our detail page. Okay, so detail page, yes. Okay, now go ahead, run it, and it'll definitely work. Come over here. Okay, everything is fine. And now if you click on this, it should work. So it took you to a new page. Of course, if you click on this, you can't go back. Well, the first thing we'll take care of now is going back. So from detail page, we need to go back to previous page. Well, to do that, first, we have to understand one concept here. Once we click on this, we just want to go back to the previous page. And on the previous page, every data has been loaded. So we don't want to load anything. We just want to go back to the previous page. Now, the state of the previous page is loaded state. Okay. Now, we already have loaded state over here, which is this one. So we need to find a way, once again, emit this state on this button click. Okay, so that's what we need to do. And that's pretty easy. So we could just come over here and write a new function. We can say go home. Okay, and over here we'll emit loaded state. Okay, loaded state. And loaded state takes this list, which is places. That's what we are passing. And once again, this places is coming from here. Okay, so all we need to do now in our qubit from a block provider, we need to call this function. It will return or emit this state. Okay, now once it emits this state, we can find it easily over here because it's already here, home page. Okay, so we don't need to change over here. So for this one, all we need to do and all we did is this one. That's all. So now we need to come to our detail page, and in detail page over here, let's see. One thing we need to do, we need to find this button over here. I think this button is over here. Let's see. Okay, it should be inside this one. Yeah, icon button. As we already see, we have this unpressed event. So over here, let's go ahead and call block provider, because we know using block provider we can access the qubits or qubit functions. Okay, so here we'll call app qubits. Okay, and it takes context, and from that context we can access a method. So in our case it's called go home. All right, that's all. Okay, so after clicking on this, we want to go back. All right, so let's go ahead and run it, see everything is working fine or not. It loaded. Now I load this one. Now click on this. Yes, it went back. You click on this one, it went back. Okay, perfect. So it means it's already working. Okay, and also, as you see, using this state management system, even though we loaded this data long ago in somewhere else, but we go back and we still see the data, it's still there. Okay, all right, so this is perfect. So far so good. And now once we click on this, we want to change the image. We don't really want to see this static image. So now here we are in this one. So once again, if we want to access everything from this state over here, from here, we need to wrap it around once again using block builder. Okay, so I'll simply, let's see, I'll simply cut this one. Okay, now here I'll do block builder. Okay, and block builder takes two parameters, we know, so we'll just remove this one first, or actually we can do it here. So the first one is app qubits, the second one is qubits state. All right, yeah, I'm sorry. Now over here it takes two parameters. First one is context, second one is state. Okay, and then we'll return, and after returning we can just say here return scaffold. Okay, the one we copied early. Okay, and the error should be gone. Now because of this one, now we are able to access the state because of this one. Now what state we want to access? We want to access the state that is included in over here. Okay, all right, now let's see. I believe using this you can access actually all the state. So we want to access the certain state, and I mean all the states. I believe this one and this one, all of them you can access, but in this case we just want to access this one. So how to access that? But the one contains this, that state name is detail state, right? So we need to find detail state over here. So what we could do, we would do detail state and detail over here, state as detail state. Okay, now this should include our state as well as the information that is encapsulated inside this. Okay, all right, so now it's time to go ahead over here, and first we want to change this one. So instead of this we'll use network image, and we already know that we don't need this one anymore, so we'll use http mark.bsl.maui.com uploads. Now here, so we'll click here detail dot place dot img. Okay, perfect. Now copy this, sorry, restart it, hot reload. Perfect. Isn't it amazing? Okay, so it's working already. Click on this image, click on this, you'll see this image. So everything is working. All right, now I'll simply copy this one over here because I need to reuse it, and I'll change all the other places where we need to change. Let's see the places where we need to change. Definitely the first place over here, row. So instead of this we'll just simply pass this one. Okay, all right, and so the amount, instead of this, of course here we don't need this image, here we need name. Now here we need to do a what is it, concatenation, I think they call it, and here we would do place.price, and let's keep finding them, and I think okay, we need to convert it to string so that it works, because it returns int over here. Okay, we're good with that, and over here is the same thing. So here we'll do this one dot location. We are good, and let's see over here, number of stars. So over here we can simply just do this dot stars. Okay, and total is 5. All right, actually it should be 5. What else over here? Now this doesn't change, description doesn't change, and we also need to change this one over here, the long text. We don't need it anymore, so I'll just go ahead and simply delete this. Now I'll put it this one, and here I'll do description. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. Yes, amazing, all this information changed quickly, immediately. Okay, all right, so now come over here, click on this. Yes, you see a different kind of information, different stars. You can click on this. All right, this looks like we have a bit of what is it, overflow issue by 11 pixel. Now either this number is too big, okay, So one way to take care of this problem, either you change them, okay, change the font size, or change this on the back end. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and I'll see, let me see, check on others one. Yeah, so the problem is now this name is too long. Okay, so one way to take care of this thing, instead of doing on the back end, yeah, I think I would go over here, and this is my back end. I think this is the place where it's causing problem. So I don't want to reduce the text size. I'll just do here ice filled, and submit it. Now come to our app over here. Let's do a reload, load everything from the scratch. Okay, and now click on this. Oops, I think I did it to the wrong place. Let's click on this, Icefield Parkway. Oh, I think let's see, I changed it to the wrong place. So over here, actually I need to change it over here. This is the name. Okay, now it should work. Let's come back to our app over here. And by the way, if you want a tutorial on this back end, just let me know. I'm planning to make one, but it depends on how much you guys want it. So let's load it. So over here, I'll click on this. Now it's perfect. Okay, so everything is working, including this description, as we wanted. All right, so far so good. And if you learned something, please don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button and share this article or this tutorial. Anyway, so in the next part of this tutorial, we'll see how to work on this and send a post request to our server and save the information, and then we'll reload and we'll see whatever the information was saved, we see that one. Okay, thank you so much. Before we finish over here in this part, I think I'm missing another part over here. Now, as you see, if you go ahead and run it, definitely you don't see the bottom bar, and everything else stays the same. All right, and they also work as we expected. All right, but now where is our bottom bar? Well, now here's the problem. So once we confirm the loaded state, we are directly going to the home page. Actually, we should come to our main page. Okay, this is our main page, which we learned early, and within main page we have bottom navigation bar like this, and in the list of pages, the first one is home page, and that's also our default index 0, which takes over here and as well as over here. Okay, so all we need to do, just simply come over here, and instead of home page, we'll call it main page. Okay, and main page we'll call home page, and make sure to import the library. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, yes, and now it should work. So our bottom navigation bar, this is the home page, the bar page, search page, and me page. Wow, now these are all working. Yes, and yeah, perfect. So this is all we expected. So hopefully you learned something. So don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you.